All right, it is 5 o'clock, and we're going to go ahead and get started. Today is Wednesday, August 21st, 2024. We're getting ready to have our closed session, and so I'll call that to order now at 5 o'clock. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak or any correspondence received on our closed session items?
No, we do not.
All right, with that, we're going to go ahead and recess to closed session, Council, and we will be back at 6 o'clock for our regular session. Thank you. Y'all set? Sure. Yeah. You guys ready? All right, welcome everyone. I'm really pleased to see such a full house and everybody here for our Wednesday City Council meeting this evening. We're going to go ahead and get started. Today is Wednesday, August 21st, 2024. It is 6 o'clock on the dot, and we did have a closed session earlier. Mr. City Attorney Melching, do we have anything to report out?
We
No
do not,
action?
Mayor.
All right, thank you. Madam Clerk, have we received any correspondence on tonight's agenda?
The council's received it in the red folders.
All right, so we have them here with us. Thank you. If you would you please, when you're ready, call the roll?
Councilmember Estrada?
Here.
Councilmember Carwin?
Here.
Councilmember Sobek?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Dinas?
Here.
And Mayor Zimmerman.
And I'm here. We're on item 3 now. This is Words of Inspiration, and we have Mr. Anthony Cordero. He's with the Sun City Ward of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Mr. Cordero, thank you so much for joining us tonight and helping us with some words of inspiration to get our meeting started.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Zimmerman. First off, I would start, I don't know you guys personally, but I moved here in 2020, so I can say, I know you can tell somebody by the fruits of their labor, and I can say I'm a proud citizen of the city of Menifee. I'm glad to have been here for the last 4 years, and I pray that you guys are able to continue to have the strength and endurance to serve in your positions you have here, and then help the city grow, and that you keep doing a good job and keeping us safe and making good decisions for the citizens of Menifee. And I say this in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
All right, thank you, sir. We appreciate you coming tonight. All right, I'm going to ask one of our Parks Commissioners who's here with us, Mr. Dave Faust. Dave, if you don't mind leading us in our flag salute, everybody let's stand.
Please remove your hats. Right hand on heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Faust. Okay, we're on item 5. This is presentations. There are 4. The first 2 are up front, and so we'll start with our first one. I'm going to ask Joseph Carrillo to join the City Council in the front in just 1 second, so we'll meet you up there, Joseph. All right, so how many of you know who Joseph Carrillo is? Some of you have been reading local social media, and you might have seen that he is a Santa Rosa Academy student, but he is also a champion in martial arts. And he recently won some awards and accolades, and we wanted to honor him tonight. The idea came from our council member, Lisa Sobek, and she said, hey, we got a young man here that we ought to put in front of everybody and make him blush a little bit and have him, but we'd like to hear from him, kind of his journey and why he chose to be a martial artist and some of the things he intends to do in the future as well. I'm going to pass the microphone to Councilmember Sobek to say a few words too, and then we'll hear from Joseph.
Thank you, Mayor. So it's important for us as a city council to recognize our young people because they are our future. And this year happens to be our theme that Mayor Pro Tem Dinas created this year is Hometown Heroes. And so when I see positive things happening and read about Joseph in our local online paper 24/7, I thought he was a perfect candidate for our Hometown Heroes. So we do have a certificate for you tonight, a certificate of achievement from the city of Menifee. Joseph, it says in recognition of your outstanding achievement in securing 2 gold medals at the U.S. Taekwondo California State Championship and a gold medal at the NCTA High School Championship, the City of Menifee Council commends you on this accomplishment and wishes you the best of luck in in your future endeavors. Congratulations. Would you like to say something?
Congratulations, and Mr. and Mrs. Carrillo, you have a beautiful family. Having your daughter Sophia and your son here, I really appreciate everything you guys have done for our city and demonstrating excellence. Joseph, you've done a great job demonstrating excellence as a Santa Rosa student. That's one of our pillars there, and the school is very proud of you. Congratulations.
I just want to say congratulations, and we strive for excellence here in Menifee, and you have actually achieved excellence coming from Menifee. We like to think that some of the dirt here got into your soul and helped you succeed out there, and you've taken that out into the world, and now everybody around the world's going, Menifee? Yeah, we got to go train in Menifee. That's what we got to do. So we appreciate you bringing awareness. We appreciate the hard work, determination that you got from Santa Rosa and all of your friends and your family, and the support you've gotten. Couldn't do it without it. So we're so thankful that you're part of our community, and congratulations.
Well, first of all, congratulations. I did Taekwondo as well. I have a gold medal, though it was in for participation only, but I still got one, okay? Yay. But no, I know the sacrifice, because it's not just doing that. You've got school, you've got family obligations and everything else. So it shows the dedication and the sacrifice you're willing to do. So I do believe that will take you a long way in life. So I'm excited to hear what your future is, according to you. So congratulations.
All right, Joseph, so we want to hear a little bit from you and kind of your background and some of the things you had hoped to accomplish and some of the things that you intend to accomplish.
So I just want to start by thanking my parents. None of this would be possible without you. I want to thank my coach, Master Jeff, and all my teammates that I train with, and all of the Sparks family. I think Taekwondo is just gives me so many opportunities to go like different places, and it also like gives me a foundation of like respect and honor, even in like normal everyday life. So I just want to continue to do it. Even through college, I want to keep doing it. The end goal is the 2028 Olympics, which are in LA. But I just want to thank the city for giving me this award, and just thank you.
Okay, so we're going to tighten up. We'll do a photo, and then we'll ask some of the family members that are here to also take a second picture with us. All right, and then family members, you guys want to join us? And supporters and anybody else? Wherever you want to. This is your chance to get discovered by Hollywood. I think he's going to go a long ways. And we're all behind you cheering, so let's follow his success as he goes. All right, we are on our second presentation item, and we are very pleased to have Amy Fraun come on up and join us, please. And I'm going to ask Councilman Carwin to come on over in the middle here on the other side. Perfect. So each month, the council chooses someone to be our citizen of the month. It's somebody who works behind the scenes and goes above and beyond to improve other people's lives and to serve and do things for others. And we've been choosing some pretty good folks and picking out some pretty good people, but tonight we have somebody very special. She was chosen by Councilman Carwin, and I've known Amy for quite a few years now, and I know the things she does for some of our special needs kids with their all-inclusive programs and the Challengers program and the things she's put together. And so tonight is our opportunity to honor you and say thanks for all you do. But I'm going to pass it to Bob Carwin because he's the one who chose you today.
You know, it's really important personally to me, and I know in our city, that the special needs kids don't get forgotten. And what a lot of people might not know is we have a program in our city. It's called Challengers Baseball. And so special needs kids can have an opportunity to get out there and experience and play baseball for real. And we had it years ago, and the program kind of faded away. And then Amy came around and resurrected it, and now it's going strong. It's 3-4 times the size that it was from when you took it over. And these kids are just competing, and it's so much fun. And it's pretty much all ages now, because kids can come up into the program and become coaches, and it really embodies everything that we look for in a Citizen of the Month. We're keeping with the hometown heroes. Amy was Menifee 24/7's very first hometown hero in 2018, and now you're Menifee's Citizen of the Month just a short 6 years later. So we didn't get right on that. But we are here now, and we want to thank you so much for everything that you've done for our kids in the city, all of our kids in our city, and that's just such an admirable thing, and it's just what we look for in our citizens, and you're such a role model and an inspiration. And what I'm going to do is pass this microphone around so everybody else can say nice things about you, too. I'm going to pass it over to Councilmember Estrada.
Amy, congratulations. We have over 119,000 residents, and today you are our Citizen of the Month. I think baseball and sports in general are great because we have a difference of opinion, we may have difference of religions and whatever, but what always brings us together are sports, and you are doing that by providing those who need accommodations the opportunity to play sports. And baseball is America's greatest pastime. You're giving all these children an opportunity to participate, and it's a beautiful thing. Thank you to you and your husband, because I also know he coaches as well. You coach, right? Yeah, so it's a team effort, no pun intended. And we're going to be rooting you on for the rest of the year. Play ball! All right, now I'm going to pass it on to Councilwoman Sobek.
Thank you. Amy, I'm so glad to see you up here tonight. This is well-deserved. Congratulations. I don't know if this is working or not. Is it off? New mic. Okay. But I've known you for years, and you've worked behind the scenes. Being a grandmother of a special needs grandson, I know how important it is to have these opportunities in the city for these children. And so I just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for all that you've done for so many families. This is well-deserved. And I think because of the, learning about that need in our city, we've also have inclusive play equipment at all of our parks. We've got some great parks that have wheelchair access, and we just want all of our children in our city to feel loved and appreciated, and their families as well. So thank you.
First, congratulations. When I came up with a theme for Hometown of Heroes, you're the kind of person I had in mind, the kind that volunteer, that make a difference, and for no other reason because you have a passion for it. So thank you, and congratulations, and best for the season.
So do you guys agree we should hear from Amy a little bit and find out a little bit about what drives her passion?
Well, first of all, thank you. I appreciate it. It was unexpected when Bob called me a couple months ago and said that he was nominating me for this. It was actually supposed to be for the bereaved parents group, though, remember? So 3 years ago, I started a bereaved parents group for parents, obviously, that have lost a child. In memory of my daughter, my eldest daughter. She would be 33 if she were still here. She passed away from meningitis, and so she's my drive for a lot of things, as well as my other 3 children and my 2 grandchildren. My family, my husband, has always been nothing but supportive of every crazy thing that I have him do, I volunteer him to do. Starting baseball, we've been in baseball for 14 years now. I have 100 players this season, 8 teams, so excited. Long Saturdays, but it's all worth it, and it's all in memory of my daughter and everything that, I can bring and just be a positive influence. My whole family is here, my in-laws, my sisters, my sister, my brothers, all my kids, my grandkids, and my cheerleaders, because I'm also a cheer coach at Heritage. So a lot of my cheerleaders are here, which is special. So I thank you guys. I thank my family for always supporting everything. So thank you. Thank you so much.
So, Amy, in recognition of this honor for you, we've created this certificate for you so you can have it every time you look at it, know that you are loved by the city of Menifee. I know you can just look around your family and know that, but this is official. It says, in recognition of your unwavering commitment to creating opportunities for disabled youth through the Menifee Challengers program, your efforts have provided a safe and inclusive environment where children of all abilities can thrive. The City Council commends your relentless pursuit of inclusion, your innovative approach to overcoming challenges, and your ability to inspire others. That's for you. We'll grab a picture, and then all of the supporters can come up and we can take a picture, a group picture. We might need you to make a pyramid.
All right, council members, we can return to our dais seats. We have a swag bag for Amy. Okay, we're now on item 5.3, which is our Animal Friends of the Valley update, and I believe that our Chief Middleton is here with Animal Friends, and welcome. We're so pleased with our partnership that we have, and we can't wait to hear some updates from you. Welcome.
Well, first of all, thank you for the invite. I love being here. My voice is going to be a little bit raspy tonight, so I don't normally sound like this. First of all, I want to just let you guys know I now have roots in Menifee. My son and his wife and my two grandkids now live in the city of Menifee. They moved from Beaumont down here, so they are 17 minutes from me now, so that is amazing. So I have roots here. I'm planning on possibly moving up to Menifee after January myself, so then I actually become one of you guys. So.
Yeah, we'll be at your service.
Well, I tell you what, if I can at least get close to Citizen of the Year, that'd
Yep.
be amazing, right? Anyway, wanted to give you guys a quick update and just kind of let you guys know some of the programs and everything that we've got going for Animal Friends of the Valleys. We're more than just an adoption center. We're more than just an animal control agency that's there. So we've got so much going on, and we want to make sure that your community also knows the programs that we have available to everybody. These could be anything from grant programs to help senior citizens with medical bills on their animals. It could be anything what we call the Herdina grant, which also helps people with low income to make sure that their animals have everything that they need. So anyway, so we'll move on. We'll go to the next slide there. Do I have a button? Oh, I do. I gotta figure out which button do I push here, right? Oh, look at me, look at me. This is our mission statement. Animal Friends of the Valleys, again, we've been around since 1987. And as you guys know, we've been serving the city of Menifee through animal control for a while. And just recently, about four years ago, we started serving you as a shelter. Prior to that, your animals that were picked up in your city went to Riverside County, which, as we know, was a longer distance, which made basically the fact that people wouldn't go get their animals, it made the intakes really, really bad. So anyway, this is our core statement here. So this stuff will all be available for you online also. Looking at the year 2023, that is our first year, first year that we have for you for full stats. The number of dogs and cat intakes at the shelter was about 8,297. That's dogs and cats only. If you look down below, you'll see total animals processed. That's about 12,300. That would include guinea pigs, birds, pigs, goats, fish. We've got a little bit of everything in there. So. But for the city of Menifee itself, if you look, you had about 744 intakes. That was how many cats came into the shelter, and how many dogs was a little over 1,000 dogs came into the shelter from the city of Menifee. Our foster pets that went out that year is about 517. Foster pets are, we'll talk about that program here in just a minute. We have our animals that go to rescues. We deal with probably about 250 vetted rescues. When I say vetted is super important, I know I'm going to string this out. You guys just go like this to me and let me know, because I talk a lot. Vetted means that we've checked them out. We've checked with their local animal control. We've checked with their local veterinarians and stuff and make sure that these rescues are doing the right thing. You know what I mean? This is not somebody that's just taking in hoarding animals too, so we vet those. Volunteer hours are up there also. Like I said, all this will be available for you guys online. Some of the insights to these programs, this is some of the programs that I was just now telling you about. So let's go and kind of delve into these a little bit. Our foster program, if you look there again, these are animals that come into the shelter that are underage, or they may need a little extra help and care. Maybe it's a very frightened animal that needs a little time in someone's home so that it can become acclimated for being adopted out. So the foster program is super important to us. And again, I'm going to go over these kind of fast, but you can go back and read them. Our rescue program, again, we just talked about that. We're going to make sure that we're vetting these organizations. So 10 to 15% of the animals that come into AFV will go out through a rescue program. The Pet Recovery Loss Program, this is a special, we call it a special unit. It's several people that work on this, and what we're trying to do is make sure that these animals that come in with ID, microchips, phone numbers on their tag, these people work to get these animals out of there the fastest they can out of the shelter. So even if we have to, if the phone number is no longer in service, we will actually send an animal control officer to the door to knock on the door and let you know that your pet is at Animal Friends of the Valley. Our goal is to make sure that they come in and go out as fast as possible. Volunteer program, that's where you all can come help us. We have a great volunteer program. As you see, over 21,000 hours from volunteers. That's about almost 5,000 volunteers a year come in. These are anybody that wants to do community service. These are the kids that need high school credits for community service. These are senior citizens that come in that just want to be able to do something and contribute back to the community, and they just happen to like animals, and we're there. So if you look at that, that's about 11 full-time employees, and that's almost about 4,300 savings that we give, and we disperse that through our cities. The reading program, if you haven't heard about this, boy, this is amazing. And I tell you what, having grandkids, it gives me chills to walk around and see what's going on there. These kids come in around 3:30. It's a very large group, sometimes 30, 40 kids, and they sit in front of the animals' cages and they read to them. So this strengthens that reading ability for that child because they really want to do it. But you know what we see? It gives me chills. We see the animals responding. When a child's sitting in front of them in that child's voice and they start reading to an animal, we see it. We see that happen. I've seen some of the best stuff with that program. I've seen kids that don't know how to read, and I'm talking maybe 2- and 3-year-olds that don't know how to read, but they know how to read pictures, and they'll tell that dog everything and that cat everything that's happening in those pictures. So that's super, super important to us. Our humane education program, as you can see, we provide tours. We have Girl Scout groups. We have all kinds of groups that come in. We give them tours. The whole purpose of doing that is to let them know what we do, how we do it, and it's also to teach them humane education. So that's a great program there too. Some of the event and campaigns that we have going on, some of you guys have attended these. These are fun. If you look through, like I said, there's many of them there. That's a terrible picture of me, by the way. It says terrible. So anyway, but we have some events coming up. So these are just some of them that we do here. These are some, again, we just did the night out with you guys. We did it with you last year too. So again, we have golf tournaments. These are fundraisers, and these fundraisers, remember, being a nonprofit, all this money that comes in through a fundraiser goes right back into the shelter, right back into care for those animals, right back into making sure that we have everything that we need there. That's what these fundraisers are about. So if you can show up and be a part of it, definitely come do that. Upcoming events, just as, again, we're going to make sure that we get some of these flyers to your website. So that way, I've spoken to Patrick, and we'll see if we can get them up there. We have an adoption palooza coming up. This is through Clear the Shelter, so NBC4 is sponsoring this. So we're going to have low-cost spay and neuter. We'll have like $25 adoption fees that day. But we're going to have a lot of fun stuff there. There's going to be food trucks and stuff like that, so come see us. Wines for Canines is coming up, and we didn't have the new flyer, so we'll get that to you. This year, instead of just the normal Wines for Canines, we're actually going to do a murder mystery. No animals die. Calm down. Calm down.
Spoiler alert.
Spoiler. I can't do that. You know, somebody's going to show up mad. Okay. So anyway, but we're going to have like a murder mystery type group come in there. This should be really, really fun. And by the way, it's going to be 80s theme. So me, I just have to shop in my own closet. So that works out good. If you haven't been to our Spooktacular, that's at the Promenade Mall. We have a big, large, like, parade, a costume parade for animals. So we have people that dress up and they match their animals, and it is amazing. Come down and see that one. Employee appreciation, I could speak all day on this because there's no way that any of us could work at the shelter without these guys. And like I said, these guys are absolutely amazing. Community support, I forgot one. This is you guys too, community support. So a lot of people say, how can I help? How can you help? You can do everything from volunteer to donate. These are some of the food drives that we had, and you can see how much food came in from the community. Anybody that's here that has given to the community, we thank you. The lower picture, you see a little girl, she had a birthday party, and she wanted donations brought. Instead of presents, she wanted to give back to the animals, so that's what you see down in the lower part there. We had, right now we're having a drive for kitty litter. Not that this is a PSA here, guys, but kitty litter is expensive if you haven't seen that. So we're doing a drive for kitty litter right now. Microchipping events. Now we do these, Animal Friends of the Valleys does these ourselves. I know that we've been speaking with the city. We want to try to do something real soon with you guys as a city and have a microchipping event. This is super important. We do it, and we cut the price down to half, which means it's a $10 microchip, and we do it for the entire month of June. The reason why we do it is because we have the largest influx of animals during this time of the 4th of July. And it's because of the fireworks, and people say, well, my dog's safe. I left it inside with the TV on, but that's not always safe. And animal control, we dread that week. That's a horrible week. We get so many hit by cars, we get animals in. But number one tool to make sure that your dog is safe is to make sure that it's microchipped. So again, we'll be setting this up. New Year's will be coming, and as you can see, last year we took in over 111 dogs during the New Year's week just because of the fireworks. Spay day. Super important to spay and neuter your dog. You guys, the only way we can stop shelter euthanasia is to spay our way out of it. That's it. That's the only way to do it. So AFV, every year, AFV puts up $25,000, and we give away vouchers. The vouchers are through a program you apply online for them. So when we have Spay Day, you can watch it comes up every single year. But this is AFV's contribution to everyone, all of our cities, for this. And again, we would love to work with your city. We've been speaking to your city about working up to possibly come up with some spay vouchers to help the city out. Your city has a lot of animals that are not spayed and neutered, and we've got to get this done. So that way we're not having these unwanted litters. The Spay and Neuter Clinic. This is something that we've done, and I'm sure everybody already knows about it. We went from this little schoolhouse over here. We went over here and we built this one. We only have one vet right now. Our goal is to have 3 vets in that clinic. We should be able to do up to 100 surgeries a day once we have those 3 vets in there. Right now we're getting around 20 surgeries a day. So when we get vets in there, we're going to be able to just take off on this thing and get it going. So right now, again, we're doing everything that we can. I know a lot of people are calling in because it's booked out. We're opening up about a month at a time, and it books up really, really fast. But here's the thing that to keep in mind. We do have cancellations every single day. People call up and they'll cancel. So don't just check it once a month. Just pop on there when you can, and you'll see openings, and grab them when you can, and we'll get you in. Cost-wise, again, we're still looking at $200 or under for a spay, and that's, that could be, $200 under would be for a large dog. So that's still going to be way cheaper than any cost that you can find around for that. So check with us on that. If you're really having a super problem and you need to get a dog done right away or something like that, always just call the shelter, and you can, I'd say personally ask for me, but I will answer your call. Just call me. On the Couch with Phil is, if you've watched our website, we have a hometown celebrity here. This gentleman is our facilities director, right? So he just takes care of the building and everything like that. Well, he has this British accent, so now he's become a YouTube kind of sensation here. So if you see, we're going to start merchandise on him too. Anyway, I told him I was going to throw that up there and he was going to be mad at me. So anyway, we did it anyway. You tell him if you see him. He's been actually recognized in Home Depot. You know what I mean? So there's... Here's another little thing we have going. Now we have, in a minute you're going to see a guy named Rocky Kanaka. This guy is he's a influencer, he's an animal influencer, he's nationwide, well more than nation, he's worldwide, and he does a lot of things for shelter. He kind of partnered with us about 2 years ago. He raised money, it's called Wills for Love. So we have this dog that was there. This dog was at the shelter, I would say, almost 100 days. So if you think about that, that's a long time. We call that our long-time resident, right? He was there. So somebody, a rescue, way on the other side, on the East Coast, decided, hey, we would take him. So what we did is, because this was donated money from Rocky Kanaka, we had our Mark, he's one of our volunteers. He's an employee, he's a volunteer, both, volunteered to drive this dog all the way to the East Coast. So 3,000 miles later, this dog got in the home, and we just were told that he got adopted out of the rescue. So these are big, big things. This is Rocky Kanaka here. This guy, if you haven't seen him on TV, go on our website and look for him just a little bit. What's awesome about him is he had no clue we existed. He has a dog bakery down in LA, had no clue. Come out here one day, stumbled across AFV, ended up coming in. This guy's got like over, he's over 5 million probably viewers now. But he's come in, he's done so much fundraising to help us out. So we have a little video for him too.
My name is Rocky Kanaka. I'm actually sitting in the kennel right now because I was just sitting with the dog. And that's what I do. I sit with dogs at the shelter to show how amazing they are, and with a little bit of love and a little bit of care, it can go a long way, and you get to see the better side of them. I work to share their voice and tell their story. The only people that do that better than me is the entire team at Animal Friends of the Valleys. Now, I've been working with shelters, whether it's on my TV show, Save Our Shelter, that aired for a couple of years on Netflix, or on my YouTube channel, where I've traveled the country and gone shelter to shelter. The reason I choose to spend so much time at Animal Friends of the Valleys is because they're doing it right. They work hard to stretch every dollar, and their entire team puts so much heart and so much passion. There's something special and magical about this team. I really enjoy being here, and when I'm here, I know that I'm making an impact because it's backed by such an incredible organization. Just wanted to share that with you from the bottom of my heart, because I know how important this meeting is, and just wanted to say thank you, because these guys deserve all the help and support they can get, so they can continue to give all the help and support to all of the pets here.
Okay, let's go in and sit down with this one. Can I come in? Are you going to be okay with that? Hi. You're a good boy. Hi. You're a good boy. Who's a good boy? Are you a good boy? Is there a little tail wag there? Are you a good boy? Is you a good boy? Anyone tell you that before? You're a good boy. You're handsome. You deserve more. From here on out, you are not going to go hungry. You're going to get more treats than any dog I've ever met in my whole life, until they come in and they say, he is overweight, what are you doing? Then we'll cut back a little bit, okay? We're going to make sure of that.
That's neat.
sheltering part of Animal Friends of the Valleys. I'm going to just kind of draw your attention real quick from 2016 to 2019. Now, those are the numbers of Menifee animals that were at AFV. But I want you to keep in mind, we did not have a relationship with your city at that time for sheltering. So these are the animals that were there that would be like owner turn into animal control. Animal control would pick up an animal and then the person wouldn't want it back. So that ended up, AFV assumed all cost for those animals up until our partnership, which was right after 2019. So if you see in 2020, you're going to see a raise in your intake because from, if you look at, let's just say 161 dogs there at 2019 that we had taken in from the city, that it also, now remember, these could be puppies that are turned in. So they were turned into animal control instead of, taking them all the way to the San Jacinto shelter. So this could have been kittens, litters of kittens that animal control picked up or found or we trapped. So these are animals that would have been coming there that are mostly owner-knowns that were being turned into us so that we could use them, or not use them, but put them up for adoption. So then you see your influx. So from that 161 up to that 483, that'll show you what you had previously going to the shelter at San Jacinto. So you see it gradually is going up there. So you can see about 2000 and when COVID was there, about 2020, 21, again, there was a lot of animals coming into the shelter and being turned into the shelter. People were losing homes, people were moving, things like that were happening, so we had a lot coming in. What I'd like to see is, as you see up there in the 2022, 2023, your numbers dropped. You had about, at the end of 2023, you had 1,056 animals come in, or dogs come in, and then 744 cats come in to the shelter. So the goal, again, is to make sure that we're not bringing in those kind of numbers. So AFE has some programs that we're working with. We're going to be working with your city to try to get some of these numbers to make sure that they go down. Again, spaying and neutering is the big part of it because, one dog coming into the shelter is one dog. But when you bring in a litter of 5, 6, 7, 10 animals coming in, those numbers just keep going up, and that's what we have to stop. Down at the bottom, you'll see on that count over there, again, that's just showing you numbers there. So we'll go to the next one here. This is the big question, and this was a survey that we did at Animal Friends of the Valley. So what we did is every time a person comes to the shelter, and we're not talking strays right now, let's talk about just owner turn-ins. And these are people that turn in their animal because they don't want them, they can't afford them, or can't have them. So again, we want to know, first of all, first part of this is, where did they get that animal from? Why are they bringing it to us, and where did they get it from? So if you'll look on there, again, I know it's hard for you guys to read there. Like I said, this will be available for you afterwards. But again, a large portion of the animals that come in are going to be, in the one section over, is going to be returned to AFV. AFV has a policy, if you adopt a dog from us and you can't take care of it anymore, you need to bring it back to us. Because what they do sometimes is they put them up on Craigslist or something like that, and we don't know what's going to happen to that animal if it gets put out there like that. So we really do try to get them back. Family friend, people have, that's where they got their dogs from. The cats are on the other side. So again, you guys can kind of look this over and see. But this was a survey, again, that we did, and we wanted to know. But then we wanted to know, why? Why are you turning your pet in? So if you look at those again, behavior and training is the biggest one. They just don't want to put up with it. They didn't train the dog. It's potting on the floor. Maybe it's chewing things. So any type of behavior or issue is the number one reason why people or owners are surrendering their animals. And on cats over there also, it is moving. If you'll see that, the big gray area for cats. People move and they don't want to take their cats with them. And again, it's horrible if you think about that. But again, you can kind of look over and see, again, why these animals are being surrendered. So if this is happening, what does AFV have, what do we have to do to make sure that this is slows down, or how can we deter it? What is our diversion programs? So we deal with rescue partners. So a lot of times what we do is, instead of the owner coming in and turning in that animal, or if they're standing at our door and they want to turn in their animal, we want to give them an option. We want to say, here's 10 rescues that will take your animal right now. That way it doesn't have to come into the shelter and take a needed space for another animal that we have there. So we offer them a rescue partnership, and then they call the rescue and set up for an owner turn into that rescue. So that's been working pretty good. Our foster program, we have people that will sit there and say, I will take on necessity. So if we get an owner turn in, we'd like to, sometimes those dogs, if you think about it, sometimes the owner turn ins are the healthiest dogs, they're the happiest dogs when they're getting turned in. Well, we want to go put those right back into that family program, right? Instead of bringing them into the shelter where they're going to be scared and you know, maybe upset that they're not at home. So we try to get a lot of the owner turn-ins put in that. Our community outreach, we have a lot of people that help us with programs, getting dogs placed into homes, people that are actually waiting for dogs. Training and behavior patterns. We actually have a trainer at AFV which will offer you free training. So we kind of do that. So if it's just you can't get your dog to quit pottying on the floor, then our trainer will work with you, and hopefully that person will be able to keep it. Our staff we've put some of our staff through programs of counseling owners and trying to make, you know, doing the counseling part of it and give them reasons to keep their dog. Food bank, if someone wants to turn in their dog because they don't have food or they can't afford food, we have an entire food bank that we offer food until these people can get through that problem that they're having, so that we can, again, make them keep it. If someone's turning in their dogs because they can't afford medical, or, you know, some issue going on with that medication for the dog, we have diabetic dogs, things like that, and they can't afford that anymore, then our grant program that we have 2 different grants that we use to help seniors or to help people with medical. Animal control, don't want to bore you guys, we'll go through this one too pretty fast. Animal control is a service. We have 2 officers in your city that are there for 8 hours a day, so 16 hours a day in your city. They're running anywhere from probably 30 to 40 calls a day inside your city. Some of these calls could be welfares, animals, you know, in danger, things like that. So, that your city offers 2 officers for you guys. Again, scope of work. Again, I'll let you guys kind of go through this. I think I went through it. There we go. So some of the biggest things that goes on in the cities is things like animal bites. And bites to humans have to be reported by law. Even if you go to the hospital has to report it to us. And then the biting animal gets quarantined. Most people say, I don't even want to turn in a bite because the animal's going to be put to sleep. There's probably 1 out of every 100 animals due to a bite has to be euthanized. So most of the time they're quarantined in their own home, and if they can't be quarantined in their own home because of a lack of confinement, then they're quarantined at the shelter and then released back to the owner. So I want to take away that myth that they all get euthanized. They don't. So again, you can kind of go through those things there. Service to the public, again, this is what we respond to. You know, everything from, we do hearings for potentially dangerous dog, we do hearings for public nuisance, we go to crowing fowl complaints. We all know that's roosters here in your city. We got a lot of roosters in your city. So there's areas that you can have roosters, by the way, in the city, and there's some that you can't. So we just have to figure out which ones you live in if you want to keep your roosters. So again, some more. This shows you our priority. As you know, with any type of law enforcement, these priorities can change depending on the, you know, what's instigating these. So I'll go through that one. Let's talk about some revenue options, and this was something that I've spoke to a couple of the council members too. Is right now your city, I think it's about 20. Your city controls about 20% of the budget. Okay, that's a lot because it goes off of how many intakes that you have. So what can we do to subsidize that, to help your city to be able to pay for these type of things? One is adoptions. Okay, so that money, if it's adopted to the city of Menifee, then that adoption fee goes back to your city. So that's how that works. People think that all that money goes right back to AFV. The adoption fees for the adoptions go right back to your city. So if the animal's coming into your city, that adoption fee goes back to your city. Now, you would think that there would be a lot of money in the adoptions itself. But right now, as you guys know, with overcrowding in all the shelters, adoption fees have dropped down. I can remember when adoption fees were up to $200, and you can still find rescues and stuff that adopt them out. Our adoption fee right now is $25. So you can come to the shelter and adopt out a dog for $25. You have to pay for your spay and neuter, but the adoption itself is a reduced cost. Why are we doing that? Because we don't want to euthanize anything. We want to get these dogs into good homes. So that's why that. Your boarding fee right now for the city is $12. The actual cost to take care of a dog for 1 day is $21.65. The actual cost is $21.91 for a cat. You know why it's more? Kitty litter. We're going to keep talking about kitty litter. So anyway, that's your actual cost. So if you're charging the city is charging $12 a day for a boarding fee. So if the dog stays there for 1 day, it's $12. This is where we need to up that fee. The county fee is $20 a day. That's what county charges for boarding. So the city, we're going to try to work with the city to get this cost up. And what this will do, again, this will help your city with the cost. Your impounds right now, for the first impound, your dog comes into the shelter, you're charged an impound fee of $40. The second impound, dog gets out again, it's $60, and then it's $100. So these are also things that goes towards paying and helping your city subsidize their cost. So that impound fee is $50, $80, and $120 in other cities. So this is you guys, again, it's very low. Donations also. People wonder, like, donations. So if someone comes into the shelter and they found a stray dog and they're going to drop it off, and they decide they want to leave a donation, that donation stays also with the city. It's not a donation that just goes into the general fund or anything like that. That donation goes straight back to your city to help subsidize also. So again, a lot of people think, well, I'm going to donate to the shelter. So it will take care of the Menifee part of that. So that's on there. That's for the shelter. Primary revenue sources for animal control, of course, is licensing and citations. So if you don't have your dog licensed, state law, along with city law, says that you have to license your dog. It is a form of rabies control. So that's how we got rid of rabies, is making sure that every dog was given a rabies shot and then it was licensed as proof. So that's kind of how that works. Wow, that was fast, see? And I will open myself if there's any questions. Otherwise, I've probably talked your ear off already.
All right, well, thank you, Chief Middleton. I think my colleagues will agree with me that we're blessed to have you at the helm. I know you've been serving there for quite a long time. I remember meeting you many years ago when I was a commissioner here. And I also appreciate this good relationship that we have with the Joint Powers Authority. Our Mayor Pro Tem Dinas sits on that board as our representative. And I believe you have a member of your team here. Can you introduce him?
Can I introduce him?
Please.
Yeah. This is Lieutenant Porter. So this is my second-hand man. So.
Thank you.
So he is the supervisor of field services. So everything that happens out in the field, getting the officers out there, making sure the officers have what they need, dealing with the public and the problems, things like that. So all the problems can go to him now.
Got it. Council members, do we have any feedback or questions for Chief Middleton?
Just a comment more than anything. I know Mo talked about the volunteers and the fundraising and things, but those are done to offset costs in the shelter, which then lowers what otherwise the cities that are part of the JPA would have to otherwise pay. So,
right.
I mean, that's the kind of service that AFE is offering, and as part of the operations. And to their credit, the spay and neuter clinic is not part of the JPA. That is wholly owned by AFE. They've raised the funds, they built it, they operate it for all the benefit, all the surrounding cities in the county.
Yes, sir. And I know that operating costs for AFV, because of those programs, AFV in 2023 raised $113,618 to go towards your cost. So.
All right, with that, we want to thank you once again for taking time and getting us updated, and we appreciate the great service.
Anytime, anytime. Thank you very much.
All right, we're moving on our agenda now to our community services update, and I see our supervisor, Gabby Cowell, coming to the podium, so welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm here tonight to present the Community Services Department update. But before I talk about what's to come, here is a quick recap of just a few of our amazing programs, events, accomplishments over the past 8 weeks of summer. We reintroduced a rebranded Menifee Moonlight Market with concert event, took Shakespeare in the Park on the road to visit Sun City, and expanded partnerships this summer that will continue to grow. The Disability Sports Foundation introduced Movement Mondays to our Mighty Me schedule for adaptive and inclusive participants. We also partnered with Menifee Union School District's extended school year program to bring all-inclusive sports and fitness activities to their students each week this summer. Additionally, our brand new aquatics program was a hit, with registration for swimming lessons filling up within the first few weeks of registration and a wait list exceeding 200. And as you can see from our numbers, residents also took full advantage of our recreation swim and our lap swim options as well. Upcoming for the Community Services Department, our K San Acero Senior Center is always just bustling. We have our Walk with Ease program. It's a 6-week program. Our fall session begins September 9th at the KC Center. Additionally, we've added a second session at the Sun City Civic Association. Both are open to the public. We have our monthly food box at La Ladera Park tomorrow, August 22nd, as well as September 26th. We have our final arrangements for Veterans Resource Table hosted by Miller Jones. That will take place on Thursday, September 19th from 9:30 to 12 p.m. On the same day, we also have our monthly transportation workshop from 10 to 11. And September is National Senior Center Month. We will be hosting an appreciation day, so we welcome our residents to come on by and show appreciation for the amazing organizations, partners, and staff that help run the Senior Center. We have Parents' Night Out throughout the year. Our first upcoming date is August 30th. Parents can sign up, drop off their kids. They have a movie, pizza, and they can hang out while the parents take a night off. We also have a variety of different Menifee, healthy Menifee programs, such as Menifee Moves and Healthy Cooking with Kids. And we'll also be seeing the return of our senior excursions to high school football games. Our first one will be Paloma Valley at Heritage High School on Saturday, September 14 at 6 p.m. This Saturday, we'll be hosting our NFL football camp at Quartz Ranch Park. This is a free event open to youth ages 5 to 17. We welcome everyone to come on down. They get to visit pro players, coaches, and personnel. From the NFL, there will be a skills camp as well as photograph and autograph opportunities. We have a pop-up paint night at the KC Senior Center on September 20th from 5:30 to 7:30. And coming up, we have a variety of different events to wrap up our fall and winter season. Some of those are our Haunt Your House competition. Applications will open up October 1st, with winners announced October 25th. Our Electric Car Show and Clean Air Expo will take place at MSJC again on Saturday, October 5th, followed by our Fall Festival, also at MSJC, the 19th. The following week, we will have our Day of the Dead on the 26th. And then, of course, we will start our Extreme Light Fight competition with applications opening on November 22nd, with winners announced December 19th. All of our upcoming events for this year already have flyers. You can find them on our website, at our facilities, and we will have them on our social media page as well. And that wraps up the community services update.
Thank you very much. Council members, do we have any feedback or questions for Gabby? Okay, go ahead.
Hey, Gabby, how are you?
Good.
Thank you for your service. I know during the summer months, you and the community service team were out there, and we really appreciate your hard work and dedication. My question for you, and you barely went over it, the numbers for the aquatics program, can you give us a rough estimate on maybe the turnout and how it went?
Absolutely. So we had, I believe it's 335, if I remember correctly, swim lessons, and we actually added additional lessons as well, but a lot of those numbers are based on our staffing, maintaining a healthy ratio of 1 to 6, 1 instructor to 6 swimmers, and then, of course, the spacing at Paloma Valley High School pool as well. So we definitely maxed out the pool as much as we could. Our lap swim, there were days that we had up to 4 lap swimmers swimming during any given session. We offered a drop-in fee as well as a seasonal pass offer as well. And then we had rec swim, and those days were full due to having a restricted shallow lane there. Our max was about 30 participants any given day, and every day it was full. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your commitments. Yep.
All right, that was a good question, by the way. All right, thank you, Gabby. All right, let's move on. Council members, we're on item 6 now, agenda approval. Madam Clerk, do we have any modifications to our agenda?
No modifications.
All right, council members, all in favor of approving our agenda, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, that is approved. And we're now on item 7. This is public comments for non-agenda items, and I believe we do have some speakers, so I'll just read this quickly. This is the time for members of the public to address the council about items that are not listed on our agenda. The Brown Act limits our ability to respond to those comments on non-agendized matters at the time they're made, and each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes on any single item. So if you're speaking, there will be a little clock up there that's counting down, so keep an eye on that. All right, Madam Clerk, would you please call our first speaker?
Yes, I have Girl Scout Troop 170.
All right, welcome. And is it 170 or 1070?
1070.
1070, all right,
My
very
apologies.
good. And because there's a lot of you and you all could have pulled speaker slips individually, we'll give you a little bit of extra time if you like. So thank you for coming, and the floor is yours.
Hello, City Council. We are Girl Scout Troop 1070. I am Ariana.
Hello, my name is Lily.
My name is Peyton.
Randy.
My name is also Lily.
We are here today to ask for your help with a concern that we have noticed in our community. We all started 6th grade this month, and most of us are attending one of Menifee's newest schools, Catherine Newport Middle School. This is only KNMS's second school year, so we believe that only some of these issues have just been overlooked. The concern is that all of the road signs, except for the 35 miles per hour speed sign, have been covered by overgrown trees, have been blocked with overgrown trees on Audie Murphy Road in both directions.
Behind the trees is a small school sign right above the 25 mph speed sign, but it is completely blocked by trees on the handouts in front of you. It shows pictures at our old elementary school. They have 4 large yellow signs on every road before you get to the school. A big sign of people crossing on it, and below it says school. Next to those signs in the middle of the road, the word school is painted in super large bright yellow paint. This makes sure that the signs are visible at all times so that cars are driving in the area known that there is a school and to slow down.
In addition, there is an extremely long distance between both crosswalks, as you can see in the other image in front of you. Because kids run into the middle of the road and dodge cars, as the parents are parked on the other side of the street, we know that one girl got hit by a car last year. Maybe you can add another crosswalk between the 2 stop signs to make a safe area for kids to cross. Or the city could provide the sidewalk behind the middle school to the road behind Laladera Road, with the back gate access only to be used for drop-off and pick-up. Right now, there's only one road to get close to KNMS. With almost 1,000 students, this is causing a lot of safety issues.
We've collected over 100 signatures of the families that live next to the school that agree that all the signs need to be visible, and a painted school sign in the middle of the road would also make a difference. Thank you for listening to us. We are extremely hopeful that in addition to trimming the trees, that you would have the City of Menifee paint the word school ahead in the middle of the road before you get to the school. That way, when the trees continue to grow and if they temporarily block the street signs, you can still see the yellow school sign painted in the road. Thank you for your time.
All right, very good. And so you guys, can you stay up there, please? Stay up. So you made it in less than 3 minutes with your whole message, so perfectly done. I know that a couple of our council members want to share some appreciation with you, so we'll start with Councilmember Sobek.
Yes, I just want to say thank you for coming out today and for paying attention in your area at the school, what's been going on. You didn't only come to share something, but you came with solutions, and kudos to you. And I could tell you Girl Scouts are going to do great things. So I believe that our Public Works Department, there will be somebody here tonight to discuss with you your suggestions. And thank you for coming and making us aware of these things.
And next in the queue is Councilman Estrada.
Great job. I really appreciate you coming out. I do represent you. That is District 2. And actually, it borders Councilman Carwin here. He represents Laladera Park in the back. But know that your hard work and your words have stuck with us. We communicate with your administration at that school very often and the school board. So I have a direct line of communication to them and know that I'm going to advocate for you and let them know how hard you worked on this. Thank you for being here.
And I will say thank you guys for coming as well. I think that some of those things you suggested might have recently gotten done, some of the tree trimming, but there are crosswalk needs and safety. And just so you know, this city council's #1 goal and priority is safety, especially for our students. So we're team partners on this one. So thank you for the great encouragement. We're going to work together and make it the best it can be. So thanks for being here tonight.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Have a good day.
Mayor, I just want to let you know that I gave a copy of their presentation to Chief Carr, Police Chief Carr, before they spoke, and he is already on it and has already spoken to them of being receptive and has already looped in Public Works Director Fiddler on it. So things are already happening.
All right, good job, Bob. Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, do we have any other speakers?
No other speakers.
All right, we're going to move on our agenda now, council members. We're on item 8. This is council member updates and comments, and we'll start with Councilman Carwin.
Thank you. There we go. So I attended on the 8th a forum on crime prevention and homelessness in the Sun City Shopping Plaza. That was held at the Rancho Family Medical Group upstairs facility. We had members, a lot of the business members, owners in the Sun City Plaza who were here and spoke to us about it. That was the response by coming and telling us about the problem. Our city manager arranged for that to happen, and Chief Carr, our police chief Carr, led that, and we got a lot of good feedback from the community and the business owners, and we're going to be having a follow-up meeting on November 5th to see if any of the solutions can be implemented there. So that was good. I attended that. I had the opportunity to do a ride-along with Menifee Police Officer Melissa Miller, and that was fantastic. Got to see a lot of how the new technology we've outfitted our police department with works, and it was very impressive to watch how our PD interacts with the public. I was there there was an auto accident out by Holland Road, and there was a woman who had wandered off from one of the assisted living facilities that needed some assistance back, and it was really I was really impressed with the professionalism of our police all around. I think all of us were there for the first session of the Citizens Academy, the new session that we're there. I attended the chamber mixer at Exquisite Tapas. I think we're all there for Menifee night at the Storm game. That was a wonderful thing. Thank you for putting that together. That was a great time was had by all. Was it just this morning or was it yesterday? I was at Wake Up Menifee, the Menifee Union School District. I think that was yesterday. Today I attended 2 sessions of bingo at the Sun City Civic Association at Webb Hall. That was a lot of fun. People were giving away gift certificates and champagne and things. And then this afternoon, I was over at the Case Cenicero Center. Our Community Services Department put together a senior appreciation luncheon, and it was a packed house over there, people coming from all over the city. In fact, there was a couple there from Winchester who found their all the way over to Case Cenicero Center, and I got to meet Jesus Garcia, a World War II Air Force veteran who was there, and he was really appreciative of the opportunity, and I was really honored to be there among them, and that's what I got.
All right, very good. Councilman Estrada's next.
Thank you. On August 9th, we went to the Santa Rosa Academy bleacher and pickleball ribbon cutting. That was great. Mayor Zimmerman was there, and I think it was just me and you, huh?
Yep.
Yeah. That was great. Santa Rosa is a small school, and they're investing hundreds of thousands into their athletic department, and it's great to see our small charter school be successful there. You know, in general, I'm really happy with everything we're seeing with the schools here in Menifee. The Girl Scout troop show up, our gold medal award winner, investments into our infrastructure at the school site. So really proud of all the Menifee schools lately. Well, actually always, but we have a lot to be proud of recently. On the 13th, we had the Citizens Academy, and all the city council was there. I think it's fun hanging out and being available for those residents who want to come to those sessions, because at times it's hard to find people who want to be involved and volunteer their time, and everyone's busy working, and we all have to provide for our family, but those citizens who put the extra time in their day to commit back to their city, it's always refreshing to see. On the 14th, I went to the MilVet event. They had a packaging program. Oh, you forgot that one? Yeah, you were there. Mayor Zimmerman was there. I saw them too there. And yeah, it's great. We were there showing moral support for our troops who are deployed. And the next night, we all were there for the Lake Elsinore Menifee night for the Storm game. And it was a nice, cool night. I enjoyed it. The weather's getting better, and it's nice to watch the baseball game. Oh, that's all I got.
All right, great report. Thank you. Councilmember Sobek's next.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to report out that I was invited to attend the Sun City Cruisers meeting they held at Archibald's, and they are looking forward to doing Trunk or Treat again at our fall festival. It was a big hit last year, and they are gearing up that they will have plenty of candy for our little trick-or-treaters there at MSJC. I attended and supported. I've been invited to the Sun City Market several times, and I was finally able to go to that. Just want to give a shout out over there in the Sun City and to our residents that if you're looking for a farmer's market, second and fourth Saturdays from 8 to noon. I attended, as it mentioned, it hasn't been mentioned, the community partners meeting. I wanted to mention that the mayor often is able to go to this, and my schedule finally allowed me to go. And I just want to say thank you to the presentation by Dave Faust and his Amira, his associate there, and they talked about Just Serve. JustServe.org is a great platform available online where individuals who are looking to serve or volunteer in their community can go on Just Serve and look. And it's also places for organizations to post. And I actually was on there looking at it, and I saw MilVet that you are on there advertising an upcoming one of your packaging events. So check it out. In some areas of our country, they actually use that in case of a disaster, so people know where to go and to get help and to show up if they volunteer. So it's free, and it's great for nonprofits to use. I attended a Valley-wide Parks ad hoc committee meeting with the mayor. As it was said, we attended the Citizens Academy and welcoming out all those citizens who are looking forward to learning more about our city. And I see the Greens here tonight. They're in the class. So also, I was able to get by the MilVet military packaging, and I got there at the end, and I just want to say thank you, MilVet. I see you sitting here tonight, and for what you do for our military men and women overseas, and all of the volunteers you have. They're a great organization located right here in our city, so if you're looking for a place, some organization to support, MilVet is your place. I was at the Menifee night at the Storms, and I have a few pictures to share. We had a great time. Mayor Zimmerman got to throw out the first pitch, and everybody loved the mascot there, and I'll let the mayor talk about that. But it was a great evening. It was a Menifee night. I hope we can do it again next year, maybe a little earlier in the summer, and maybe not on back to school night. So those would be my suggestions. But the residents that were there had a great time. And by the way, it was our Chamber of Commerce who kind of set this up, and they were able to have tables out showing all of their things that their nonprofits and their organizations, what they have to offer. So it was a great night. There. I want to share that how hard our Public Works Department has worked. We as a City Council have put traffic relief as a priority in our city. We know that traffic is an issue. And this is one result I wanted to share. This was a $223,000 project, and it's called a road diet. It's over on La Piedra in front of Bell Mountain Middle School. And they're able now to have bike lanes, there's parking lanes, and they cut it from 2 lanes going in each direction to down to 1. And as I was out there just watching the vehicles and the people coming, I believe they were slowing down. So thank you to Nick and for our CIP department. This was done by them receiving the SB 821 grant. So none of this came out of our city's general fund. And thank you to our Public Works Engineering Department for applying for those grants that will help make our streets a little safer. I did want to mention, you mentioned that you were at the Senior Center today. Case in Acero Center today is National Senior Citizen Day. So I just want to say thank you. Enjoy your day, senior citizens. That's all I have.
All right, and next up is Mayor Pro Tem Dinas.
I'll be celebrating Senior Day myself. Just a couple things. Since the last meeting, I attended the RTA Admin and Operations Committee. And then yesterday, I attended Senator Ciardo's Veterans Advisory Council representing the city. That's all I have.
All right, very good. I'll try to be quick. This is since our last meeting on August 7th. On Thursday, August 8th, Councilman Carwin and I attended the Cherry Hills Plaza tenants meeting, as was mentioned, and our chief did a great job. It was more of an opportunity for us to do some listening and kind of hear their concerns and then see what we can do. So I'm glad we're going to do a follow-up in November. I'm hoping that there's going to be some improvements to announce there. That same day, there was a Rotary Club meeting, and the District Governor, Judy Zolkofer, was there to speak. And then that evening, there was a virtual town hall meeting that I attended, and the speaker was Sheriff Chad Bianco. And I just want to share this with our council members because the topic was dispensaries and have they been a good thing for cities or bad? And this has been about 5 years since cities were allowed to do this. Some of you may remember when our neighboring mayor, Vargas from Paris, was saying, hey, we're going to ride the green wave and have all this money. And so Chad Bianco kind of shared a little bit about the results after 5 years of those cities that have done it, and the end result was that it's a money loser to them. They spend more money with issues with code enforcement and with increased problems that they have with law breaking and illicit things that go along with that. And a lot of us were here when we discussed that in the past, and we talked a little bit about the fact that, like when Councilmember Sobek and I go and speak to kids at the schools, and we're talking to them about doing the right thing and avoiding addictive things like marijuana and drugs, and it would be disingenuous for us to then allow it in our city and have billboards announcing it and all of that. And so the decision on our part at the time was to do our best to be examples and lead by examples and have this be a family-safe place. And we were concerned about, well, we're going to miss out on all this money that we keep hearing about, but I'm here to tell you that it's turning out to not be such a windfall like they thought it was. So I just want to share that with you. We'll keep our finger on the pulse on that thing just so we make sure that we're not, making any poor decisions. All right, on Friday the 9th, I joined our board members at Santa Rosa. It was the board members at Santa Rosa Academy, and also with Councilman Estrada. They have brand new bleachers there for the football field. It was nice to see them being used for the first time, and we helped them cut the ribbon. There was also some pickleball painting that was done and some neat stuff. So great, that's just such a great school, and just great to see so many new improvements happening on the campus. On Saturday the 10th, I presented a certificate of honor to a gentleman. He's a 90-year-old, longtime resident of Menifee. He's a veteran, and he lived in the club there in Sun City. His name was Ollie Beckham, and I presented a certificate on behalf of the city. So I just want to share that with you, and he was very, very thankful and pleased that his city recognized him. So I want to share that. And then that night, and this is something Councilman Carwin forgot because he was the performer at Arts Council Menifee's summer concert series. And so they call it Summer Nights. It was over at the Countryside Marketplace. But anyway, great job, Bob. On Tuesday, the 13th, our community partners meeting was held, as mentioned by Councilmember Sobek. There's like 60 people that attend that, sometimes even more, and it's all of our service organizations, including Milvet, where we all get a chance to kind of share what's going on. The idea is if we all know what each other's doing, we're not going to step on each other's toes and plan events on the same days, even though it still happens, but we do our best. But it's great to be able to support each other. This city it's the fabric of our community, all of those community partners, those hometown heroes, as our Mayor Pro Tem chose. And so we're just so pleased to have that meeting. I wanted to thank our community services staff for hosting that once a month. And I encourage you guys to attend that if you can. All right. Let's see. Then, gosh, I got to find my place here. There was a Parks Ad Hoc Committee with Councilmember Sobek and I. We talked about some things that are on tonight's agenda. And then we kicked off the next cohort of our Citizens Academy members, and all of our council members. We're here to welcome them and to encourage them. It was great to join our team. I love it when all 5 of us attend something. It just feels like a team. All right, and then there was a chamber mixer that night at Exquisite Tapas, and I just wanted to thank Luke and Paul. They were the owners that hosted that really nice event. On Wednesday, the 14th, Milvet had the packaging event at Fairfield. I got to go to the very beginning of it, and I slipped out because I was going to our planning commission meeting that was here, and I wanted to kind of see what was taking place there. And I'll tell you, Ben Dietrich filled in as the chairman, and he did a really good job. So kudos to Ben. All right, on Thursday the 15th, there was a neighbor's monthly business mixer in Wildemar that I attended. I also joined our Mayor Pro Tem Dinas and our staff members to help plan our State of the City, which is coming up in October. And we will be at the stadium again this year, and it sounds like our team has been doing a good job of getting all the framework for that put together. So we're looking forward to another fun night, kind of like our 15th birthday, but this one's our Sweet 16, so we're going to have some fun here for this one too. All right, then our Menifee Night at the Storm. I'm really happy we got to do that. I had asked about that, and I was told probably not going to happen this year. No one really put it together, and so I said, well, can we maybe see if we can't sneak it in at the end of the year? That's why it happened so late. And so I called Daniel at the chamber and the gal Althea, who I know from the Storm, and also Rotary Club and our team members. I wanted to thank Christina Hernandez. She did a great job of our economic development team putting together the flyer and just making it all happen, and that's why it got to happen. We snuck it in right there at the end of their season. So, but it was a fun night, and you're right. Let's try and do it when it's cooler, because I was hot. All right. Where am I, you guys? I'm on Friday the 16th. Arts Council Menifee had another summer music, and there was a gentleman named Rick Hildebrand. I don't know if you know him, Bob, but he's a guitarist and singer. He's really good. So good job to Arts Council Menifee for doing Friday and Saturday nights all through the summer months. On Monday the 19th, there was Operation School Bell. That's put on by our Assistance League, and it was over at Kohl's. And so remember, we give Assistance League CDBG funds, and this was part of it. I wanted to share with you all, if you don't mind taking some notes real quick, and just write down Monday the 26th, that's next Monday, at 4:30 at Kohl's is the next one. So they do two, and I attended the first one, and I just want you to know it's a wonderful thing. We've got families there and kids that are so excited to be able to pick out some new things and put them in their backpack. So anyway, that was a great event. And then yesterday, the Chamber had a wake-up at Menifee School District, and it was at the district office and very well attended. And I'm at the end now. I want to announce that at the end of this month, if you still have your pencils in your hand, mark down Saturday the 31st, Arts Council is going to be having a mystery dinner at the K. Sinacero Center, so go on their website and you can buy tickets for that. I told them I would make that announcement. If there's nothing else, council members, last minute. All right, so we're going to move on. We're on item 9 now. This is approval of the minutes. It's from August the 7th. Any changes or modifications, council members? All in favor of approving those, would you please say aye? Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, that's approved unanimously, and we're on our item 10. This is the consent calendar. All matters on the consent calendar are to be approved in one motion unless a council member requests a separate action on a specific item on the consent calendar, and if it's removed, it'll be discussed individually and acted upon separately unless otherwise directed by a member of the council. The vote on ordinance adoptions will reflect the prior action of the council member when the ordinance was introduced. However, if a council member is not present, their vote will be reflected as absent. So with that being read, Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak on our consent calendar items 10-1 through 10-13?
No, we do not.
None. All right. So, council members, do we have any items that we would like to pull for discussion?
Yes, I like 10.3 and 10.10.
10.3.
All right. So we have 10.3 already pulled and 10.10. Any others? Hearing none, can I get a motion to approve the balance, please?
Motion to approve the balance.
Okay.
Second.
All right. And that passed unanimously. We're going to take our first pulled item is 10.3. It's our monthly public safety reports. It's usually a receive and file. Did you want a report or question? Okay. And so if we could have Chief Carr
I have questions.
be at the ready. Oh, actually, this is for, is Chief Scoville here? This is for fire.
Chief Scoville is cleaning up the park fire, the number 4 largest fire in the state of California Street. And so I will be standing in for him tonight.
All right.
And do my best to answer your questions.
All right, thank you, Brian.
I'd rather this continue till he's here to answer my questions anyways. Okay.
I'll go ahead and try and see if you can answer them. I just wanted to, first of all, make a comment to our police department. I was looking at the stats and the traffic enforcement. They're, 85% cites, and they give 15% warnings. I just want to say thank you for the work that you do as police officers in our city. I know you're trying to change the patterns of our residents and to help slow down. I know you've been out doing some distracted driving, so I just want to say thank you to our men and women who are out there every day trying to keep us safe. We're 18th safest city in California, thanks to you guys coming on board. So for fire, I noticed in the report that there's 33 calls out to Paris, 30 out to the city of Wildemar, and I was wondering if those could be explained.
Yes. So in response, previously you had spoken with him, and so staff are keeping a close eye on those calls. We are going into the city of Paris with our fire engines more often than they are coming into ours, and we're also doing that in a couple other cities. But last time you all asked about that assistance and received, and so we dug a little deeper. And maybe IT can pull up that PowerPoint that with the table. There we go. And so I put it in your red file just in anticipation of some of these questions. And we were just looking at a trend over the last 11 months. We pulled up some data. And this is for the city of Paris, and we're going into Paris and being the first or being often the first responding engine along Ethonac in the southern part of their city, 436 times compared to them coming into our city for 104. So it's almost a 4-to-1 or a 4-to-1 trend over the last year.
So would there be a reason for that? What is that reason why our fire trucks, our fire men and women, CAL FIRE, going into theirs? So one question, do we know why that is happening? Number two, is that affecting our response times?
So our response times in our city, because our city council staffs our fire department services at about $20 million a year, we are able to keep our fire response times in our city really well, as the average en route to on-scene times
are on the display, and you can see those that we get in our monthly report from Chief Bill Weiser from Riverside County Fire Department. Our engines are often the closest engines, or our stations are the closest stations to a lot of development in Paris, because we have staffed our stations so well. And so we are, they haven't been building stations with all their new development in that area to provide fire stations in as close a response time as our fire stations are.
Okay, I will have more questions when Chief Scoville is back then. Thank you.
Yes. To go along with what Councilmember Sobek was referring to, I guess my concern is, I use the example like, one call is $100, it costs the city $100 to send out a fire truck. I know it's more than that, but that's the best math I can do. So that's about over $3,000 in our cost, the city of Menifee's cost to go assist Paris, but yet at the same time, they only come to ours, and so we are essentially subsidizing other cities' fire services in our tax dollars, our residents' tax dollars, and that I know the report says that we still have good response times, but if we weren't out there assisting other jurisdictions because they don't have enough fire services, I can't help but believe that our response time would even be even better then, and that we serve our residents even better. So I have a lot of concern on that, and I think the Councilmember Sobek had along the same line on that. So I think in the liability of the city that sooner or later as we grow and we get more calls, there will come a time when we just don't have sufficient fire services here. If we have a large accident or a number of large accidents, and half of our fire apparatuses are out somewhere else in another city, now all of a sudden our residents are paying a high cost for that, and, through whatever incident may be going on. But it's amazing how, and I guess astonishing, that how much we're helping other cities. The mutual aid, I understand that's great, but I don't think this is a definition of mutual aid. When we're out there, it's not very mutual, let's put it that way. So I'd like to hear from the fire chief, what can we do to make it so it's more equitable and we're not, as a Menifee resident, not paying for some other resident in another city's fire services.
And I agree with that 100%.
I concur.
I think we should take care of this disparity between cities, and maybe we can put a meeting together with Chief Weiser and talk about regional coverage and making sure that it's equitable across the cities.
Well, based on the last time you were asking questions of Chief Scoville when he was here at the last council meeting, our city manager Armando and myself have already reached out to Chief Weiser at the Riverside County Fire Department, and we are going to have a meeting with him next week to discuss that. So we appreciate the direction or the questions that are asking, and we are going to look into this a lot more about the disparity of us going into their city and our engines being out of our city, and really dive into, is our engine the first responding engine, or are these mutual aid calls for request, or are we the closest engine because they haven't built stations in the southern part of their city with all the new growth that's going along Ethonac. So we don't want to have our engines being out of our city any more than they need to, and we want to have our agency partners be good partners with us.
Thank you, Brian. I'm really glad to hear you guys are meeting with them.
And as a last note, Mayor Pro Tem Dinas brought up a very important part, that it's our residents, taxpayers' money. So those monies need to be used in our city. So I understand the mutual aid as well. So thank you for these answers tonight, and I'll go ahead to move to approve.
Before you do that, I just have one quick question just for my own education. When we send services there, when we send a truck there, do we send them a bill for that?
We do not at this time. because we are part of the county cooperative agreement. And so the closest engine responding gets dispatched to an incident. And so, for instance, one of their large sales tax generators, Home Depot at Ethonac and the 215 interchange, which was just built here recently, we are the first responding engine to all calls into that area. And so,
Can we bill Home Depot?
no, it would be between us and the city of Paris.
All right, thank you.
So thank you for doing that research on that, for that detailed information. And I will go ahead now and move that we approve 10.3.
Yeah, it's receive and file. Okay, that passed unanimously. We're going to move to the next item that was pulled. This is item 10.10. It's an agreement with Spicer Consulting Group for special district annexation fiscal impact analysis. What we're approving is a study and not a decision to do any annexations or anything like that. This is just simply a study. I see Ms. Kramer at the podium, so welcome.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. For the public that's with us tonight, my name is Rebecca Kramer. I'm the assistant to the city manager. I'd be happy to answer a general question, or I've got a presentation ready to go if you'd like an overview of what we're going to be working on.
I'd like the presentation, please.
Okay. So unification of Menifee parks and recreation services has been identified for some time as a priority. It's established both in our city's strategic plan as well as the parks master plan. With this in mind, Council provided direction in April to move forward with a fiscal sustainability study to evaluate the feasibility of annexing a portion or all of the valley-wide recreation and park district landscape maintenance districts, also referred to as NLMD, into the city of Menifee. So the map before you gives an overview of the existing landscape maintenance districts that are located within our boundaries. Valley-wide is a regional park system that owns and or maintains streetscapes, retention basins, recreational facilities, and some 24 parks within our city limits. They're all contained within 3 landscape maintenance districts found on the east side of Interstate 215. That includes Menifee Parks LMD. That is shown in the yellow on the slide that's before you. That contains our Wheatfield Park, Lago Vista Sports Park, as well as the Menifee Gymnasium, which is shared with Bell Mountain Middle School. The Menifee North LMD shown in blue, which contains Heritage Lake Sports Park, as well as there are 2 recreational facilities that are owned by the County of Riverside and operated by Valleywide. That includes the Marion Ashley Community Center, and then we have the Eller Park. And then Menifee South LMD, shown in pink on the slide before you, has a number of small to mid-sized parks, primarily in the southern portion of the city. It's important to note that about 20% of the Menifee North and 6% of the Menifee South landscape maintenance district boundaries are found just outside of our city limits. So if we were to consider annexation of the Valleywide LMDs, this would require submittal of a application through the Riverside Local Agency Formation Commission, often referred to as LAFCO, and require the city to prepare a fiscal impact analysis and engineers report demonstrating the cost and the city's ability to provide for those services. So as indicated before, the item before you this evening is approval of that professional services agreement with Spicer Consulting that would allow for that completion of a fiscal impact study to evaluate the feasibility of the city providing maintenance and recreation services in valley-wide landscape maintenance districts that are found within our city limits. So following council's direction in April, staff did initiate a request for proposal process to find a qualified firm able to prepare that study for us. With only one proposal received as of the initial closing date, the RFP timeframe was reissued, and we did receive 2 proposals by the submittal deadline, including one from Spicer Consulting and one from David Tosick and Associates, also referred to as DTA. A review committee made up of staff from a number of departments were involved in the review of those proposals. And following the interview process, it was found that Spicer Consulting was the most strongly qualified to complete that analysis for us. So under the terms of the existing agreement, Spicer Consulting would begin working with staff to prepare that initial analysis and engineers report. That first phase of the project will cost in an amount not to exceed $47,500. Once that analysis is complete, that would be brought back to the Parks Ad Hoc Committee, our Parks, Recreation, and Commission, as well as to the full council for review and consideration and further direction. If at that point council made the determination that they wished to move forward with possible annexation, we would begin work. Of course, we would need to work in collaboration with Valleywide, LAFCO, and residents that would be impacted. At that stage, Spicer Consulting would continue working with us to prepare that LAFCO application. So the agreement presented for your consideration this evening is in a total amount not to exceed $77,500. That was contemplated and planned for as part of our budget process, and so no budget allocation would be required with the approval of this agreement. So with that, I would certainly welcome any additional questions that you may have regarding the agreement specifically or next steps that would be involved in this process.
All right, Ms. Kramer, thank you very much. We appreciate your good report. Council members, do we have any questions or comments? Go ahead, Dean. No, you're pushing the wrong one. That's not it. It's this one.
Question for you. So I mostly just for the residents on the east side of the 215. This is not to annex and move all the parks into the city of Menifee's control. It's mostly we'll act like a third-party vendor almost. I don't know how best to put it. That would do the maintenance and upkeep of it on behalf of Valleywide. Is that a correct way of looking at it?
So what you're approving tonight is actually to do the cost impact analysis.
Right,
so if we were to provide the service, what it will cost us to do that. Right,
but that's the ultimate goal here, is to see if that's feasible or not.
That is correct. So
okay.
that's what we're approving, not to move forward yet with annexation. That's something that council would consider in future.
Okay. Second question, we have the Marion Ashley Community Center and the Eller Park that's owned by the county. Has there been any discussion with the county that, since it's now within city limits, to bring that into our systems, or is there a reason why the county has to continue owning that?
So at this point in time, they do have an agreement in place with Valleywide to operate both of those facilities. That is something that we would be looking at, obviously, if we were to move forward in this direction with engaging the county in discussions in terms of the city assuming responsibility and the potential for those facilities to be turned over in some capacity.
Right, because I know all counties' contracts have the ability to cancel it. So I mean, to me, it makes sense to have that under city controls and city limits. I think that would be a worthwhile endeavor to talk to the county about, to do that. That's all I have.
May I make a comment?
Please do.
So when we went through this process in the past, the county was going to hand over those two, the facility and the park, to the city as part of the agreement.
Other questions and comments? I'll just say, I think this is prudent for us to take a look at what this is going to cost. We don't want to move forward with anything, even in a cooperative process with Valleywide, which we hope it will be, that's going to be a financial drain to us or be something that we're unable to afford. So we're being wise in just asking the question and having the professional let us know exactly if this thing is something that's going to work out for us financially. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, I found the right button.
There you go.
On part of this analysis, will we take into account to look at the conditions of the parks and whatever maybe maintenance that wasn't done. I've heard a lot from residents that, you know, the parks are in disrepair and that type of thing. Will that be part of the feasibility study in order to have to bring those up to Menifee standard?
So to begin with, it will primarily be in terms of just cost of maintaining the area. In terms of a detailed assessment of each one of the parks, that's something that would have to be a secondary review, but it will give you an idea of what it will cost us to maintain and keep them at a standard that we maintain with the existing city parks.
Right, but if we take over the parks and there's a lot of expense to bring them up to our standard, you know, that's got to be taken into account as well. I think we need to consider that along with what it would cost to maintain them.
That's something that we can make sure that we incorporate in.
Great, thank you.
And then Rebecca, I know that this analysis is going to look at programming as well as maintenance, and I just want to make sure that it also includes all of those LMD areas, parkways and medians. And
Yes, it would be the entire service area, so the parks, retention basins, the medians, everything that's within Valley-Wide's purview.
thank you. Councilman Estrada's in the queue.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Kramer, for the presentation. I think this is a very important question our residents want to know about. I hear from a lot of constituents the cost differential and their concerns and field allocations, and can baseball teams and soccer teams have places to play. So this is going to be good for our residents, providing them transparency. Do we have an estimate on when Spicer Consulting will complete the study by?
So we should be ready to come back for review by council and the commission within a 5 to 6 month period.
Thank you.
Any other questions, council members? Can I get a motion to approve the
Second.
professional services agreement? I see that passed unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Kramer. All right, we're going to move on our agenda now, council members, to our first public hearing item. There are two. The first one is item 11.1, Vagio Villas apartment project. And I believe that our senior planner, Russell Brown, is here to present. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. IT, if I can get the PowerPoint presentation up for 11.1, right on cue. And good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, and members of the public. Russell Brown, senior planner, and I'll be presenting the next item, which is the Vagio Villas apartment expansion project, and that consists of a general plan amendment, zone change, and plot plan. The project site is located east of Interstate I-215, south of McCall Boulevard at the southern terminus of Encanto Drive. The subject site is a vacant 0.82 acre site sandwiched between an existing apartment complex and Interstate 215. As previously mentioned, the project consists of a general plan amendment and zone change to establish land use and zoning designations for the parcel. The project requires a plot plan application for the construction of the two new apartment buildings that total 22,588 square feet. The project site is not identified on the general plan land use map, and therefore the project applicant is proposing a land use designation of 20.1 to 24 residential dwelling units per acre. And similar to the land use map, the site does not contain a zoning designation, and therefore the applicant is proposing a zoning designation of high density residential, or HDR. A little background on the existing apartment complex. So the county processed the entitlements in the late 80s. The complex was constructed in the early 1990s, and the project applicant purchased the existing complex in 2013. The vacant 0.82 acre parcel was purchased from Caltrans in 2017. Access to the site is via 2 existing driveways along Encanto Drive. There's no direct access to the freeway. And as you can see, the proposed project was adequately designed and integrated into the existing apartment complex, which provides sufficient access and circulation throughout. So again, the project consists of 2 two-story buildings, each approximately 11,000 square feet. The project also includes a 600 square foot maintenance building, which is in the southern corner of the project site there. And the project proposes to demolish some existing landscaping and parking spaces in order to make way for the proposed building and drive aisle. The project proposes 235 parking spaces, and the municipal code requires 215 parking spaces. So even with the reduction, they still are overparked. So the project includes over 21,000 square feet of irrigated landscaped area, including a landscape buffer between the proposed buildings and the freeway. Vegetation includes a mixture of Brisbane box trees, the Tipu trees, and western cottonwood trees, which range in height from 40 to 50 feet when they reach maturity. The project includes a 6-foot decorative block wall that runs the full length of the western boundary, and it will align with an existing block wall to the north on the adjacent property.
Russell, can you just go back real quick? On building K, the one on the right, is there parking along the, I guess, the top of parking spaces there between the property line and the?
Yeah, so as it exists today, there is some parking spaces there, but as a result of the project and some fire department code requirements for turnaround, the hose pull, 150 feet hose pull, they are removing some of the parking spaces in that area to shorten that distance so it's less than 150 feet, and they're also adding some landscaping at the end of the drive aisle there, which is currently asphalt.
So that will block and there won't be spaces there, right?
Sure. Yeah, so there is some, like I mentioned, there is some existing parking that runs that full length. So again, as shown on the site plan there in the lower corner, there's a red line. That red line indicates that about 4 or 5 spaces will be demolished from that area. Again, it's kind of driven from some of the fire department turnaround requirements.
Okay.
And so again, the project includes the 2 buildings, totaling for a total of 24 units. Each building has 12 units. Each building is comprised of 4 one-bedroom units and 8 two-bedroom units. And the applicant has agreed to set aside 25% or 6 units as low-income units, which will be counted towards the city's RHNA numbers. The project also includes the 600 square foot maintenance building there. So there's some floor plans for a visual. The project was reviewed for compliance with the city's design guidelines as well as the development code and also nearby apartment complexes. The proposed elevations contain tower elements on the corners, clay tile roofing, decorative cornices, arched doorways and windows, simulated stone cladding, and a smooth stucco exterior finish, as well as other treatments consistent with the architectural style. The roof lines are broken up to reduce the overall mass of the building, and the maximum height of the building is approximately 31 feet to the tallest point of the tower. The proposed architecture of the maintenance building is also consistent with the ongoing theme on site. And the photos on the right side of the slide show the existing architecture on site. And as you can see, the proposed architecture is consistent and is also, in fact, an improvement on what was constructed in the early 90s. So a mitigated negative declaration was prepared for the project, which included a health risk assessment and noise study, along with the other common technical studies as required by CEQA and the general plan. Some of the mitigation measures included special MERV 13 air filters and noise attenuation features such as the block wall along the perimeter, which could possibly lessen the impacts that the project could experience as a result of the surrounding environment. The public review period for the MND occurred between May 20th, 2024 and June 18th, 2024, and no comments were received on the project. So staff's recommendation tonight is to adopt a resolution adopting the mitigated negative declaration, adopt a resolution approving general plan amendment number PLN 21-0377, adopt a resolution approving plot plan number PLN 23-0375, and adopt an ordinance approving the zone change PLN 21-0376, subject to the conditions of approval and findings that were incorporated in the staff report. And that completes staff's presentation. I'm available if you have any questions. The project applicant is here as well, as is our CEQA consultant, Matthew Fagan.
All right, thank you, Mr. Brown. At this point, council members, this is questions only. Let's hold our comments if we can. Councilmember Sobek's first for a question.
Yes, did this go before the Planning Commission? Can you remind me? Yes?
Yes.
Okay.
So thank you for the reminder. Yeah, the project went to the Planning Commission on June 26th, and they made a recommendation to City Council of a 5-0 yes vote.
Thank you. Was there any discussion about the block wall being right up against the freeway and possible foliage to deter graffiti?
That was not brought up at the Planning Commission. You know, there are standard conditions of approval that we put that require a special anti-graffiti coating on the exterior of the block walls, so that'll be required of this project. But specific vegetation within, I guess, would be the Caltrans right-of-way was not discussed. They ended up putting, as far as the project goes, the landscape was on the interior of the wall as opposed to the exterior of the wall.
Correct. But being up close to the freeway, we do see, what would be your recommendation? Would you, that wasn't discussed, would that be an option that could possibly help deter graffiti on that wall besides the product that you use, the anti-graffiti?
Yeah, you know, I think we would need to discuss that with the applicant further, but you know, I think it would probably be difficult getting Caltrans on board for allow them to have the city or the applicant plant vegetation within their right-of-way. So that would result in us needing to push the wall back, maybe flip the wall, and the proposed landscaping that's proposed now, I guess, could be an option.
Okay, so I'm just asking that question. Yeah. Maybe it's something that can be looked at if it hasn't been discussed in the Planning Commission. On the RENA numbers, the 6 apartments that are going to qualify for that, will those be subsidized apartments, are you aware of, or age restricted?
I guess they'd be subsidized. So prior to final inspection or final occupancy of the buildings, they would need to file a deed restriction with the county that would set them at the low income level. So the option was originally discussed at, I guess age restriction is an option, but as it's recommended tonight, it's low income is what they're.
The reason why I ask about, well, I'll discuss that later. So those are my questions. Thank you.
I got a question from Councilman Estrada.
Good evening. I'm not sure if you'd be able to answer this or if the applicant would. Were any other discussions had about maybe some parks or open space or recreational amenities for the current Vagio apartments already in place?
Yeah, so obviously there are existing amenities within the existing complex. One, they have a rec center and a pool, and they also do have a separate tot lot elsewhere on site. You know, again, as the project is proposed, they're not necessarily proposing amenities. Tot lots, one, I guess it could be a concern, noise, air pollution being right next to the freeway. But there are, you know, there is the southern building, the building K, does have a 20 or 25 foot kind of landscape buffer there, although it is landscape. I don't think sod is being proposed. But so there is a kind of a landscape buffer along the southern end, and then, as previously mentioned, at the terminus of the drive aisle, now that's being planted as well. So there are a couple areas that I guess there's vegetation being planted, but the intent is for the new residents to use the existing facilities.
All right, thank you. Any other questions, council members? All right, hearing none, I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. It is 7:55. Madam Clerk, was this legally noticed, and do we have any correspondence on this item?
It was legally noticed and no correspondence has been received.
And do we have any requests to speak on this?
No speakers.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing, 7:56. Council members, we can open up for discussion. And again, the reason this is coming to us is because we're doing general plan and zoning changes. And so we have 4 items to consider, but we can certainly have discussion first.
So since the applicant is here, I heard tonight, I don't know where the applicant is. I just wanted to, I brought this up at a couple meetings ago. Senior citizens, I've had several senior citizens reach out to me who are looking for affordable housing in the city of Menifee. And so age restriction, I called the 2 facilities that we have in the city, and there is a 2.5 to 3 year waiting list for age restriction. And so I know that's a need in the city, and I don't know if that's something that might be able to be considered for, one of them was 55 and older, one of them was 60 or 62 and older. So it's just something I just wanted to discuss and bring up tonight.
Okay.
I guess quickly, so staff previously did have conversations with the applicant about, I guess, the option. So I guess, John, if you want to come up and speak for yourself, but from what I understand, they're open to either the low income or the senior level. So.
Mr. Ayers, if you'd introduce yourself and let us know what your role is.
Yes, my name is John Ayers. I work for the company of the owner. I worked with him off and on for about 30 years. And the owner, so far, everything he's talked about, he wants to comply. So we spent 2.5 years with the planning department, which they did a beautiful job. I have to really, man, they helped us out because we never did anything quite like this before. We usually work on just like theme parks and stuff like that. But with Russell Brown and his group, they were fantastic. Man, they really helped us out.
Can you address some of the suggestions by Councilmember Sobek as far as senior age restriction and also the potential for doing some graffiti resistance mitigation, landscaping, that sort of thing?
Okay, as far as what they agreed on, they asked us if we want to set aside 25%. We signed something. We agreed on doing the senior portion of that. And then I'm sure there'll be no problem if they want, if it's 60 years, 65 years, which would help me out. I'm 70, so.
You'd be a
But
tenant.
yeah, no, but then as far as the owners will comply with anything. So that's no problem. So if there's something where they want to set aside, a certain portion of it, then we'll do that. But like right now, he already signed something for 25%, and then we gave it to the planning department.
Mr. Ayers, would your team be amenable to doing a concession to help minimize graffiti on that extended wall?
Yes, I think the confusion there, though, they're saying the block wall is right next to the freeway. That block wall is over 100 feet away from the freeway. And it's pretty hard to get out of a car and go all the way down there. But I know people around the area, they can do the graffiti. But yes, that's what they would definitely do. They have maintenance people there all the time cleaning up and doing everything. So I know they would fix it up. And then we have our project manager, Ollie Fartosh, and he takes care of all that. And we have our contractor, and they do all the maintenance. And if you look at some of the other properties, man, they're just really nice. Painted, they're immaculate.
So if there's a, I don't know, I know we have drought tolerant, and there's a creeping fig that just sticks to the wall. I don't know if that's a allowed drought tolerant plant, but just there's a wall right adjacent to the apartments to the south that is constantly being tagged, and it's off the freeway. So it's just a suggestion if there's something that can be done to maybe think about that.
Well, I think the problem, like you said, to put plants on the other side, we have to go through Caltrans, and that's difficult. That's why we did the block wall right up against the property. We have no more room to go any more directions, so we'd have to put the vegetation on the inside. And then I don't know, there's a certain kind of treatments we can put on the wall, I would think, you know, which we could probably help that out a lot.
Okay, I appreciate you taking my questions tonight.
Sure.
No, you're fine. So maybe a couple recommendations. You know, so the way the current, so regarding the income levels, so if it's council's desire, we can revise, so as the way the condition is currently written, it's for low income. I think we could revise that to be low income or, you know, deed restricted to the age limit of 62 or older, something to that effect. We can draft something like that up. I think it serves a similar purpose.
I know it's such a need in our city. I don't know how many other council members feel about it. Just talking to several residents that are senior citizens, if it can, and it's good for you guys. If it can be an age restricted, I think that would be a real plus for our community.
But just for clarification, you're saying age restricted and affordable, not
Correct.
or age
Correct.
restricted, because if we just do age restricted at market rate, we lose that RENA
Correct.
and all that.
Correct. That 25% that you have set aside as age restricted and the subsidized housing.
Understood. We can add both to the condition, so it'll accomplishes both, right?
Yeah, and I really appreciate you taking that into consideration.
Yep. And then what John was mentioning about already signing something, I think that was the conditions of approval that we were already talking about. So we can revise that and have him re-sign it. And then secondarily, regarding some of the landscaping on the walls, you know, perhaps we can do some design features, you know, maybe offset the wall back a couple feet where there's the planter, and, you know, maybe do some cut throughs on the bottom that would allow for some vines to grow up. So I think in final engineering, we can be creative with them on that and accomplish, you know, what you're getting at
I
here.
think in the long run, that would be good. It would take the work off of them who actually own the wall, that you would not have to get that down within 48 hours if those walls are covered. It actually, in the long run, I think would be cost effective. So thank you for considering those things.
Next in the queue is Councilman Carwin.
Thank you. I'm not as compelled with the need to make 12 units age restricted. 6 units. Yeah, it's the rest of it isn't age restricted, right? There's the surrounding units. So dropping an age restricted 6 units into the middle of non-age restricted residential doesn't seem to be, I don't know what that accomplishes. My main concern for this property here is security, because I've heard a lot about crime up at the top, the terminus of Encanto. I've heard about abandoned cars up there, and tucking away seniors up at the top of this street, surrounded by, you know, other apartments without much over there, seems to be a security issue for me. And my question is there a security company associated with any of the properties here? Is there a security guard that goes around, or anybody who monitors the property?
So they have cameras there right now. They have the gate that you have to go through. You can't just go walk in there, though. There's a key gate that they have to go through, and the only way they can get over that, they'd have to climb over a gate, and then the cameras, there is security if they see it, there's an alarm, and then that calls into the police station or whatever it is. But yeah, man, there's cameras all over that place. I've been here quite a bit, so.
So explain to me what the benefit is to restricting it to senior housing?
We have such a need in the city. The wait list is between 200 to 300 people.
But it's 6
at the-
units. I mean,
Correct, but
200
it's-
to 300 person waiting list.
But it's 6 more units that could provide housing for our senior citizens, and maybe they can be creative and they're put in one part of the apartments on the first floor or something. Maybe they're not spread out. Maybe
So
they're
is it because it's less expensive if
Yes.
it's senior housing?
subsidized.
Subsidized.
So what they have at both the vineyards and I forget the name of the place on Encanto, actually, over there, is they apply, and it's based on their income, what the rent is, and it's subsidized through Riverside County. So a senior's able to live there and afford it based on their income. The waiting list, like I said, in our city, at both of the facilities is between 250 and 300. And these are seniors that are probably living here already, and they can't take care of their yard anymore, maybe in your district, and they're wanting to go to an apartment. So it's just a great need, and so the 6 more seniors.
Yeah,
might
it just
be-
seems restrictive on, the developers' property rights
Well,
to
they're already-
require them. If they're willing to do it, that's fine.
They're already set aside. They're already set aside 6 and 25%. So that's all. Just it's a need in our city.
Well, there's a need for low-income housing for people under 55 also.
Correct.
In our city. So,
Right.
there's a need for, military families to have subsidized. There's a need for every group for less expensive housing. So what you're doing is you're eliminating these units from everybody else in favor of one particular group. And I understand that the senior housing is necessary, but it's for everybody. So, I mean, the freedom lover in me is not a big fan of restricting uses of properties, but if they're willing to do it and they see that need, I appreciate that dedication to the community. I just don't know about imposing further restrictions on the property.
And I'm just going to throw it in. I don't see it as a restriction, but more of an opportunity. And I appreciate that Councilmember Sobek is looking out for our seniors. I think that's a good thing. All right, next in the queue, Councilman Estrada.
Are you implying that I'm not looking out for our seniors by saying that?
No, that's somebody who's narcissistic and put it against themselves. I'm saying I appreciate what she said, not I don't appreciate you. I didn't say that, Bob. I said I appreciate what she said.
And I appreciate what you said too, Bob. There
Not
is a
about
need
anybody
all
else, it's
over,
about her.
but I'm just saying because this has been brought to my attention, that there is a great need, and because there's a large waiting list, I'm aware of it, and this was an opportunity.
Yep. All right, Bob, you're next in, actually, Councilman Estrada is next in the queue.
Yeah, I would second Councilman Carwin's concern about any imposing on private ownership, and but I'm going to go ahead and hop into my notes. We're projected to be a city of 150,000 residents, and to see another project before us talking about high-density residential is concerning to me. For a couple reasons. Our infrastructure has trouble keeping up as it is. Our constituents have concerns about adding more rooftops. Our strategic visioning for the city needs to be something different than more rooftops, and that's our identity right now, and I don't like it. I think that more parks and open space and that small town feel is what our residents want to see from our city council. And that's why I asked the question, were there any other considerations for open space or recreation for the Vagio apartments already in place? I don't, in my opinion, I don't think approving more high-density residential is in the best interest of Menifee. We're already bigger than Murrieta. We're already bigger than Temecula. And I don't think it's the best use. I don't think it aligns with my vision, at least, for how Menifee should be. We would like to see more recreational opportunities and open space. That's just the point where we are in our city. And I appreciate your time, and thank you for being here, but I will respectfully disagree with this project.
Mayor Pro Tem Dinas.
A number of things. One is what, 0.8 acres? I guess you have a really small park there, but then who goes to see it? No, only the residents there, because it's a gated community. Quite frankly, with homes now at 600,000 or more, our young middle class and new families are having a hard time finding places they can live in without having to move out of the city. I think, as much as we like to keep all that kind of development, high density away, we have properties already that are already approved to move forward with multifamily. Talking about bigger than Temecula and Marietta, they are building multifamily residents already. It's something we can't escape unless we want to require current or future Menifee residents not to come here because they don't have $600,000 jobs to support that kind of home. We need to have some diversity here in those type of living arrangements for our residents. You get someone right out of college that's looking for a place to live. That's how I got my start. I got a condominium, built some equity, moved into a small house, and then into a bigger house. If all the houses are big, no one's going to ever have that ability to move up. My question for you, though, is I don't remember the drawings there, but is there parking nearby for, I think it was Building K, the one that sits furthest away there?
Can IT please pull up the PowerPoint? So here's a kind of a backup slide that I had prepared showing kind of the existing site condition there. So again, I can go back to the site plan showing what is being
you can get rid of a number of
Sure.
parking spaces for the requirement for the fire department. By eliminating those, is there, covered parking or something right there in front, within, is that what that is? I see where it went.
Sorry to interrupt. So this slide, the red lines show areas where parking was being demolished as a result of the project. And so, although it's being demolished in these locations, I think it was about 20 stalls less shown here. However, the following slide, along the new proposed drive aisle there, they are proposing, I believe it's 11 parking stalls. So they're deficient, I guess it's a reduction of about 10, 11 parking stalls. And again, that's 11 stalls for those buildings. Obviously, the project is conditioned to do a lot merger, and so again, to tie the project together with the existing apartment complex. And so, the code, the proposed parking for the overall site, again, exceeds the code requirement, which is, 1 space per 1 bedroom, 1.5 spaces per 2 bedroom. And again, there's covered parking, carports out there. There's also existing garages out there.
Okay.
But to answer your correct question directly, are there carports related to this project? They're not proposing any for this project. But again, it's my understanding that the renters of these units will have parking spaces throughout the existing development.
Okay, because that was my concern by being age restricted. Is it? I guess my question is: it conducive to senior residents that can't, not very mobile because of their age, but yet having to park somewhere else and get there? It's great to have a place to live, but if you can't make it to your car and back, it doesn't help much.
Yeah. No,
So
understood.
I
think that again that they're exceeding the overall requirement by 20 stalls for the full development. In addition, these 2 buildings again are 1 and 2 bedroom. They're not 3 or 4 bedroom, which would require the more parking.
Right, my concern is the proximity to parking to the facilities if you're going to make them age restricted. That's my concern. I mean, I don't have a problem making them age restricted, but, you know, but we have such a need in all categories, whether it's low income, whether they're, like Bob said, under 55 or above 55. But this, to me, that's secondary to having those available. If whatever the majority of the council wants to go, I can go either way, you know, providing the, you know, the property owner is agreeable to that. But I wasn't sure how good of an idea it was to make it senior since it wasn't planned accordingly.
So,
All right, Councilmember Sobek.
yeah, so I've had a thought on that, listening to both of my colleagues. Maybe what can be done in your CCNRs is that if there's two applicants applying, maybe if one's a senior and one's not a senior, that maybe seniors get the first priority, but it's open to anyone. And that's a compromise that might help our senior population if someone's interested. But if there's not a senior interested in that apartment, it can go to anyone. So just a thought.
Preference?
Yeah, just a thought.
Preference to senior, but not required?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, that's a good compromise. Councilman Carwin, you're next in the queue.
Thank you, and I appreciate the discussion on that. I'm not sure that's entirely legal, or if that's a protected class or not, but that's a very detailed discussion. It's a good idea, and it's a good compromise. Do these buildings have elevators?
No, they don't.
So we're looking at, you know, age-restricted housing where they have to climb up a flight of stairs to get to apartments because it's 2 stories. That's with no parking and then stairs. Those things are concerning.
And I would put them on the first floor.
Well, that would, okay, so.
Then you have enough, so.
Right, okay. If that's something that can be done, that would be a compromise. That way you leave it open to all and it can be vacant or it can be first opportunity. That's a fine compromise.
All right, council members, any other thoughts, comments? Are you pushing a yes to speak? No. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were. I saw you touching buttons.
I'd like to make a motion then that we approve 11.1. Do we need to go through any of the procedures?
Yeah, so Councilmember Sobek, there's 4 items for us to consider, so we should probably do them one at a time. The first one would be a motion to adopt the resolution adopting the mitigated negative declaration.
So moved.
I'll second.
And that passed 4-1. Next, we would do a motion to adopt the resolution approving the general plan amendment.
So moved.
So, second.
That passed 4-1. The next one would be a motion to adopt a resolution approving the plot plan.
Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I may have lost the thread here. If we were doing anything about senior housing or the walls, this is the resolution where we would do it, and we'd need to recite what those modifications are.
Okay, so the plot plan as modified to include preferential for seniors and as well as modification to the wall to deter graffiti.
Yes, and I've got, actually, I can be more specific about that if you'll allow me.
Do it.
So on page 16 of 56 of the conditions of approval, condition number 40 related to walls would be revised to read in full as follows. The alignments, heights, and elevations of all perimeter walls shall be in substantial conformance with the elevations shown on the approved exhibits. The wall adjacent to the freeway shall be modified to allow for vines to grow facing the freeway.
That sounds good.
Then with regard to the senior accommodation, this would be on page 18 of 56, again of the conditions of approval, condition of approval number 51, titled Affordable Income Requirement. Prior to the final inspection, the property owner shall file a deed restriction with the County of Riverside declaring that 25% or 6 units within the proposed project will be reserved for residents that meet the requirements of low income or very low income as defined by the Riverside County Housing Authority. Further, to the extent legal, as determined by the city attorney, priority for placement in the 6 units shall be provided to residents over 62 years of age, and such preference shall be mandated, if at all, in the covenants, conditions, and restrictions approved by the city for the project.
So the motion would be to adopt a resolution approving the plot plan as modified.
Yes, and I would ask you to ask the owner's applicant to confirm that those conditions are acceptable.
Mr. Ayers, do you accept these modified conditions of approval?
Yes, I do.
All right, let the record show that, please. Can we?
So moved.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Melching. And that passed 4-1. And finally, Madam Clerk, if you would read the ordinance title, please.
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Menifee, California, approving zone change number PLN 21-0376 for Vagio Villas located south of McCall Boulevard at the southern terminus of Encanto Drive.
All right, I'll need a motion to introduce the ordinance, please. Okay.
Second.
And that passed 4-1, so we are now able to move on to our next agenda item. Thank you very much, Mr. Brown, Mr. Ayers. All right, our next item is 11.2. This is an ordinance introduction and first reading for the change proceedings for improvement area number 2 of CFD 23-2 Cimarron Ridge by Pulte Home Company LLC. And council members, this is very similar to our last meeting's formalities that we did. The question is, do you wish to hear a staff report on this item, or can we just move ahead with the proceedings? Move ahead. Bob, you okay?
Move ahead, please.
All right, so with that, I'll ask, do any council members have any questions at all on this one? Hearing none, I'm going to open the public hearing. It's 8:22. Madam Clerk, was this public hearing legally noticed?
Yes, it was.
And do we have any public testimony on this item?
No, we do not.
Do we have any written protests received on this item?
No, we did not.
All right, and Madam Clerk, are there any persons registered to vote in the territory of the district?
There are none.
Have the owners of all the taxable property consented to holding the special election immediately following this public hearing?
Yes, they have.
Okay, do you concur that the special election may be held then?
Yes, I do.
All right, I'm going to close the public hearing. It's 8:22. Council members, do we have any further discussion on this? Hearing none, can I get a motion to adopt the resolution that is amending the rate and method of apportionment of the special taxes for the improvement area number 2 of the district?
Second.
Thank you. That passed unanimously. Madam Clerk, have you received the official ballots and waivers from the landowners that can cast their votes on behalf of the owners of all the property?
Yes, I have, and it was a yes vote.
Thank you. Can I get a motion to adopt a resolution that declares that yes vote, the election results? Thank you.
Second.
That passed unanimously. Madam Clerk, would you introduce the ordinance by title, please?
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Menifee, California, acting in its capacity as the legislative body of Community Facilities District Number 2023-2 Cimarron Ridge of the City of Menifee, authorizing the levy of special taxes within Improvement Area Number 2 in accordance with the amended and restated rate and method of appropriation.
All right, thank you, Stephanie. So, council members, finally here, we'll have a motion to introduce the ordinance. And that passed unanimously. All right, we're moving on. We are now on item 12. This is discussion items. We actually have 4 discussion items. So let's take the first one. This is 12.1. It's an issuance of special tax bonds for CFD 22-1 Courts Ranch for Lennar, about 80 acres. And I see our Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Hickey, is at the podium. Welcome, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. The item before you tonight is a item to authorize the issuance of special tax bonds for Community Facilities District 2022-1 Quartz Ranch. The bonds would be called Special Tax Bond Series 2024A. So this CFD was formed in 2022. It's located south of La Piedra Road, runs both on the east and west side of Evans Road down to Holland Road. It's 379 units. You can see off to the right, 278 of those units are individually owned by homeowners. 101 units are owned by the developer, 70 under construction, 48 of which are in escrow. With this CFD, the first series of bonds were issued last July. The bonds that we're seeking approval for tonight would be on parity with these bonds, meaning they hold the same equal claim to the special taxes to be levied on those properties. This is just kind of a large picture view of the project location. This is a detailed view of the project. Again, 379 homes. Just quickly to go through the process, we have worked with our consulting team who is all here tonight and available for questions to draft the legal and financing documents. Bond counsel has prepared the bond resolution. The issuer, which is the CFD, approves the financing documents. The bonds are sold to the underwriter. The underwriter sells the bonds to investors. We receive proceeds in exchange for the bonds, which are used to pay for the capital projects, fund a reserve fund, and cost of issuance for the bonds. And then annually, special taxes are levied and collected on the properties, and then the bond owners are paid semi-annually for their holding the bonds. For the total project, there's not to exceed amount of $27 million approved for this CFD. $11.525 million were issued in 2023. This year, for 2024A is a $10,500,000 maximum par amount for the bonds. Again, they're issued on parity with the existing bonds. The proceeds will finance the public improvements benefiting the CFD, and the estimated special tax for the homeowners will range from $28.93 to $4,039 and will go up at 2% per year. And these are all estimated figures based on current market conditions, could vary from the final results, but that's our best estimate at this point. So the action we're asking the council to do tonight is to authorize the issuance of the 2024A bonds in an amount not to exceed $10,500,000 and to approve certain documents and take other actions in considering the issuance of the preliminary official statement, first supplement to the bond indenture. I won't read all those, you see those on the screen, but I will certainly take any questions. Our tentative schedule and the financing details, we are estimating, even though the $10,500,000 is the maximum amount authorized, we're expecting to issue just under $9.5 million, with a net premium generating proceeds of just under $9.7 million, and the use of the funds would be the $8.6 million in a project fund, just over $800,000 in a reserve fund, $200,000 for our cost of issuance, and $118,000 for our underwriter discount. On the chart there on the right that you see is the green line is the estimated amount of taxes to be collected, and then the bars you see there is the estimated amount of the cost to repay the bonds over the term there. This gives a breakdown of the estimated issuance costs. There is, you can see from the staff time, the city is reimbursed a little bit for our time in this, and then you can see the various other consultants who assist in this, in the bond issuance. For the tentative schedule, tonight, obviously, we're seeking approval for the financing. If approved, tomorrow we would post the preliminary official statement that would be done by our underwriters. Next week, we would price the bonds, and then they would settle in the second week of September. And that's all I have. I'd be happy to take any questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hickey. Council members, do we have any questions? I do have one, Travis. It's, if my memory serves me right, it seems like we established this a couple of years ago, and it was something like $27 million. But the first series was like 11.5, and now tonight we're doing the second series at 10.5. Do we ever get to that 27, or is that just a number that we work within?
It's a maximum number that's established when the CFD is formed. And so I think it's, it's your very upper limit. I think the expectation would always be to be under that, because if you ended up needing more or could generate more, you would be capped at that upper limit.
Okay, great. So it ends up being about 22 million total with the two series together, 11.5 and then 10.5.
Yeah, and even the 10.5, we are expecting really 9.5 at this point.
Okay, all right, very good. Thank you. Any other questions, council members? You got anything? All right. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak from the public?
No speakers.
And do we have any correspondence on this item?
No, we do not.
Council members open for discussion or a motion, and when the motion would be to adopt a resolution that authorizes the issuance of the special tax bonds and execution and delivery of the bond documents for the district. Anybody want to make that motion? Okay.
Motion to approve.
And that passed unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Hickey. We're moving on. We're on item 12.2 now. This is Veterans and Military Families Advisory Committee formation. We have Ms. Mariana Mitchell at the podium to present the item.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and it's my pleasure to provide a brief update for discussion for the Veterans and Military Families Advisory Committee. So just some brief background. This was initially brought forward from City Council as a future agenda item request for the opportunity to discuss the formation of a Veterans Advisory Committee back in October 2022. January 2023, staff presented our current methods of engagement with our current veteran groups, how we communicate with the various groups in and around Menifee and Riverside County for further evaluation. So after looking at what potential community interest might be, Council directed staff to further evaluate those opportunities. November 2023, we presented additional information about alternatives and to either establishing a committee or utilizing existing resources. And we were directed to further explore the required resources to create a committee that looked similar to the Senior Advisory Committee. So that brings us to our last meeting, which was in April 2024, where we received explicit direction about moving forward with the formation of a Veterans and Military Families Advisory Committee that was organized and coordinated similar to the Senior Advisory Committee. So with that being said, tonight we have a resolution that was a part of tonight's staff report, essentially looking for the authorization to form this Veterans and Military Families Advisory Committee that would be supported by the Community Services Department, that would look very similar to the Senior Advisory Committee in that it would be Brown Act compliant. Some of the exceptions would be that there would be 5 members appointed at large, meaning not restricted to any one district or location, and that it wouldn't be restricted to veterans or active service status as well. So it could be open to anybody who has a connection with veterans, is a veteran, supports veterans in any way. Other than that, it looks pretty similar to what our Senior Advisory Committee is currently functioning, and we are anticipating that meetings would be held monthly, likely in the late afternoon or evenings to encourage participation for people who may work during the daytime. So with that being said, this is also included in the resolution that was with the staff report. These are the responsibilities. I'm not going to go through every single one of them, but again, the focus is on promoting community involvement, supporting and making recommendations to the Park Recreation Trails Commission as well as City Council, and then again, kind of assisting our Community Services Department with planning and evaluation of current services and programs to help engage veterans and military families and what we offer. So with that, our next steps would be to adopt the resolution, which would authorize the creation of the Veterans and Military Families Advisory Committee. And at that point, this could be a part of the biennial recruitment for commissions and committees, which would take place in the fall for appointment in January 2025. And just as a reminder, what's currently budgeted in the Community Services Department program budgeting are the 3 veterans events that we do every year, which is Welcome Home Vietnam Veterans Day, Memorial Day ceremony, and our Veterans Day ceremony, and anything that would come from the Veterans and Military Families Advisory Commission would have to be assessed and budgeted in that existing or corresponding year's budget. So with that, that concludes my report. Open up to any questions or discussion.
All right, thank you, Ms. Mitchell. Council members, do we have any questions of staff? No discussion yet, just questions. I don't hear any. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak on this item?
No speakers.
No speakers, all right. Do we have any correspondence received on this item?
No, we do not.
All right, council members, we can open up for discussion. Is everybody okay with the framework? Councilman or Mayor Pro Tem Dinas is in the queue.
There we go. Just a few comments here, I can find them. You know, they have to be a resident of Menifee and a registered voter. Many times, as an active duty service member, they are registered to vote in their home of record, which may not be this in California, which would then disqualify them from serving on this committee. So I was wondering if it'd be possible then to say, keep that as a registered voter or have a valid military ID card as opposed to being a registered voter. That way we wouldn't require active duty military to re-register in the state that, you know, not their home. That's the first thing. The other thing I have, let's see where to go to. The issue of having, there's a, let me find it here. It says that the composition could be that it could be a member of an existing committee or commission. I prefer to see it as just that they do not serve on another committee or commission. And the reason I say that, we have our Citizens Academy. It's highly successful. We're educating our residents and sending them out to do good in the city. But yet, if we keep appointing the same people to a committee or commission, that negates their involvement in city government. So I'd like to see it as to saying that, you know, they can't be a member of another committee, so that we give other residents a chance to participate and serve their city.
All right, so you had 2 things, Dean.
Right.
I'm afraid you're going to get too many.
Those only 2 I had.
Okay, good. So let's take the first one together and see if we can help with that language. You were talking about whether they're a registered voter, but what if they're a registered voter in another state? Does that count? I mean, could we say you're registered in Arizona and so you're good to go? Yeah. Is that all right?
So
I mean,
Mayor Pro Tem, if I may. One of the reasons we have it as a registered voter within the city is to ensure that we have Menifee residents being on our committees and commissions. That's kind of that checking point for us to make sure that they are a Menifee resident. I'm not sure if their the military card that you mentioned, if it does have an address, we want to try to get a way that we can make sure they are Menifee residents.
Well, wouldn't some kind of a utility bill plus an ID card or something be suffice? Or, I mean, we're essentially, we have a veteran and military families, yet we don't allow military families to participate because they can't meet our criteria.
Hey, Dean, can I ask you a question on that? As somebody who was not in the military, if you own or rent a home, you have a utility bill, something like that here, how are you registered elsewhere?
Because as being in the military, you're allowed to be registered in your home of record where you join the military, and then you're able to vote absentee by that.
So, because we don't have a base here in Menifee,
No.
barred from registering elsewhere because they wouldn't have a residence there?
No, well, it's not that they have a residence there, but that they're serving in the military allows them to do that. At least when I was there, I don't know about those nowadays, but this was 40 years ago. But
So you're talking about where they're
even though I was
stationed?
stationed in a different state or anywhere else, my home of record was still California. I was still a California resident, and I could vote through absentee voting.
Even if you owned a home elsewhere?
If I have a home elsewhere.
Really? I had no idea.
Yep. For all the veterans out here, you can see some nods, so I'm not too far off from my time.
If it's the council's prerogative, we can adjust the verbiage to say proof of residency within the city, such as a utility bill or ID.
Right, but with a military ID card being required, so that, I mean, because if you're not in the military and you live here, you should be registered here. Everything else I agree with. It's if you're active duty military and you want to participate and you live in the city of Menifee, but you're registered to vote at your home of record, then the ID will show that that's why you're not registered here.
One of the stipulations in the resolution is that they are not required to be an active duty or veteran.
Right.
So a family member then would not have
Well, a family
an ID?
member, I don't know about, I can do is give my own experience, but with the military spouse, they would generally register to vote wherever I was stationed, and do it that way. I just don't want to negate a service member from wanting to really want to participate, but we put restrictions on them from serving.
Mr. Milton, can you help us?
Sure. I would suggest as follows, I think, to capture these concepts. This would be section 2A of the proposed, bylaws. Guidelines, committee guidelines. A would be applicants must be residents of the city of Menifee. We don't, we could put in something about military ID, but or leave it to the staff to work it out. It could be a utility bill, it could be military ID, it could be whatever is adequate proof. Then on B, we would say non-active duty. We would add the words non-active duty. Non-active duty applicants must be a registered voter in the city of Menifee. And then we would insert C and then change C to D all the way down. And C would say active duty applicants must be a registered voter, period. Doesn't matter where.
What was the last one? I missed it.
So B and C distinguish between non-active duty and active duty applicants. The non-active duty applicants need to be registered voters in the city of Menifee. The active duty applicants only need to be registered voters.
Does that suffice, Dean?
Only the active duty need to be registered voters.
But they don't need to be registered in the city of
anywhere.
Menifee.
Okay, as long as that's clear.
Yeah.
Because it's the assumption is that they're registered here in California, so.
Yes.
Okay, that works.
And then what was the second?
Oh, the second one was
Encouragement that they don't
the
serve on another
composition,
committee.
I guess I've been thinking on that. We have all of our Citizens Academy, and they're very successful. People are anxious to get out there and serve, but yet, there's limited opportunities if we continue to appoint people that are already on a committee or a commission to another committee or commission.
So how do you guys feel about that? Agreed? Give
I
more people
agree.
a chance?
I agree with that.
Yeah, I don't think we need people serving on multiple things.
I think we're in agreement with that.
So within section 3A1 of the attachment to the resolution, we would strike and may be members of an existing committee or commission and leave it at that they are appointed at large.
Yes. Does that do it? Okay. All
Sorry,
right,
Mayor.
we do have some other, go ahead, Mr. Melton.
I'm sorry,
That's
that's fine. Do you want a prohibition against serving on another commission or committee?
Yeah, striking that language still allows people to do it.
Yeah,
We have to
so-
actually say may not be,
I agree.
because the language currently says may be serving on something else. If we say may not be, we just add the word not instead of striking the language.
Yeah.
That works. Okay. All right, Councilman Carwin's in the queue for more discussion.
Well, I was going to, before we had that discussion, my original thing was I was going to say that I agree with you about that, the strike, not allowing people to serve on multiple commissions and things. I think that's fine language. And I'll trust you. I trusted your judgment on the formation of this committee. I'll trust your judgment on the application of residency. My question then is, do we need to do that for everything? And I'm not saying we shouldn't do it because of that. I'm just saying, since we're doing that for this, that criteria, now that you raise that, that same restriction would apply to city council and planning commission and all of the other things. So a member of the active duty military who's registered somewhere else would be barred from any other committee or commission in the city, because that language is now new language that we're adding for this right here. It's pioneering language that we've just stumbled upon, the fact that active duty elsewhere registered military could not serve in any other capacity in the city. And the same with this other language, the may not be serving on other committees and things. I was wondering if maybe we need to broaden that out and include that, or if we just let that dog lie.
And the way I see it is, if somebody applies for maybe planning commission, they're already serving on the military committee, that they'd have to resign.
Well, no, I mean, I'm talking about in the future. Like, if I wanted to appoint an active duty military member to the planning commission, separate from the veterans thing, just somebody comes up and says, I want to serve, I'm active duty, but I'm registered in Guam or wherever, they'd be barred, because that language isn't in the planning commission resolution. So I guess what I'm saying is, if bringing it back to this particular item, if we add it here, we've hit on something that maybe is more broadly misunderstood.
Might need to be cleaned up.
But I do approve the idea of both of those things.
Okay, good. All right. Next in the queue is Councilman Estrada.
Councilman Dinas, I appreciate your flexibility to accommodate service members, but my concern is we want our committee members and our city councils to participate in our democratic process and have a vested interest, and I think it'd be a benefit if they were able to vote for their city council members or their state representatives, and instead of having to vote for, well, deciding the future of our city, but not partaking in our democratic process, voting for electeds in other states. I think we have a lot of service members who serve locally, whether at March or Miramar or the Navy in San Diego or 29 Palms, that commute here, and we have a pool of applicants who have a vested interest in Menifee and partake in the democratic process when the elections come up. So I like the creativity, thinking outside the box, being flexible, but I would also like to see our representative government have a vested interest in Menifee and have an opportunity to elect representatives at the local level and the state level who affect us.
Well, I appreciate that, but my goal was not to discriminate against active duty service members just because they decided to keep registered in their home of record, to penalize them and discriminate against them. That's my reasoning for.
So it sounds like we're at a point. Councilmember Sobek's on the queue, so let me take that back. We're not at that point.
Okay. I just, I know, Mayor Pro Tem, you brought this forward, and this has been very important to you, and it's important to our city. I'm seeing in the audience tonight that we have Raven Hilden here from Calvet, or not Calvet, Milvet. Sorry, I did that once before. And I appreciate the work that you and your volunteers do. We also have a wonderful facility at MSJC. So I just want to be careful that this committee doesn't try to create new programs and act like the city council
maybe act on things that are already in place, but yet maybe be a depository of services that are already around us, and how those services can be put better in the hands of our military men and women to provide them the services that are available to them. So I don't know if that's been part of a conversation or if it's your desire, but I hear from military men and women and veterans that they don't know where to go. And so I can see that this committee is a great depository of information gathered to be able to help our residents.
And that was part of my original desires to see that, so that these members would work with the county Veterans Advisory and bring what's going on at the county level down to the city, be able to be a resource to our residents to point them in the direction of other, like MilVet and other nonprofits that they could go to if they needed some kind of assistance. So that was part and parcel of what I had envisioned for this to be.
Great, that's what I envision it as well. Thank you.
And if I could just add a little bit on the staff side of that, because Community Services Department also coordinates the Senior Advisory Committee, which functions in the exact same way of more of an advisory capacity, not necessarily like implementing, creating, doing things, but more getting the word out and bringing resources together for Menifee residents. So we'd run it essentially in a similar fashion.
Thank you, Ms. Mitchell. So, Mr. Melching, right now we're about to make a motion to adopt a resolution that establishes this advisory committee. Do we need to say as modified, and do we need to specify what those modifications are, and can you help us with that?
I've got the modifications right here, Mayor. Yes, I think it's best if the motion is as modified as follows. In the guidelines, the Veterans Committee Guidelines, Section 2B will be modified to read in full as follows. Non-active duty applicants must be a registered voter in the city of Menifee. Guideline number 2C will be added to read as follows. Active duty applicants must be a registered voter, open parentheses, but need not be a registered voter in the city of Menifee, close parentheses. Then former numbers C, D, E, and F will be relettered to be D, E, F, and G. And then in 3A1, it used to say the Veterans and Military Families Advisory Committee shall consist of 5 at-large members through appointment of City Council and may be members of an existing committee or commission. After the word may, we've added the word not. May not be members of an existing committee or commission. And those were the 2 revisions that I picked up.
Took the words right out of my mouth. I make that motion.
Thank you, Jeff. All right, so we do have a, and I'll give you a second on that. And that passed unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Mitchell. Thank you, Mr. Melching, for helping us with the wording. All right, we're going to move on now. We're on item 12.3, Central Park Amphitheater Ad Hoc Committee. It's kind of a new purpose for the committee, and Ms. Mitchell's still with us, which is good. And I'll go ahead and just turn it over to you.
All right. So I'm going to provide a little bit of brief background on the project itself and the existing ad hoc committee, just to kind of help facilitate the discussion on future decisions on repurposing. So the ad hoc committee was actually created in February 2019 after both our Community Services Department presented several potential shade structure projects to both Parks, Recreation, Trails Commission as well as City Council to kind of give us more direction on what that shade structure should look like or what it should be. And so the ad hoc committee consists of 2 City Council members as well as 2 Parks, Recreation, and Trails Commissioners. And together they met on a regular basis between the years of 2019 to 2021 to focus on the design, working with city staff and several design consultants to kind of determine what the direction of the design should be. Looking to be kind of a centerpiece or cornerstone of Menifee recreation. City Council approved the conceptual design of the Central Park Amphitheater in March 2021, and then later awarded the full design contract in June 2021. The last time this ad hoc committee met was in May 2022, and that was just to kind of discuss more of the updated information that was provided as we got closer to the completion of the full design and discuss the engineer's estimates and full construction of the project. Later in 2023, after releasing the notice inviting bids twice on 2 separate occasions, City Council awarded the necessary contracts to begin construction, and it currently is under construction. And in February 2024, City Council requested as a future agenda item to consider repurposing the existing ad hoc committee from the focus on the design to more of a vision and future programming of the amphitheater. So with that in mind, we kind of wanted to give you an update on where we're at for policies and programming, which is currently under development with this Community Services Department. So we're currently working on creating a facility use policy specific to the Central Park Amphitheater, but kind of in line with our existing priorities, meaning that our first priority is for city programs and events. Secondly, going to resident nonprofit organizations. We'd like to give a preference to organizations that have an existing MOU with the City of Menifee, and then going to regular residents, and then last, non-residents. So in our discussions and kind of vetting around what other organizations throughout the area have done with the implementation or opening of amphitheaters, city staff would like to postpone outside use and/or direct rentals to help determine the full cost of implementing our programs and just maintaining the facility. This is a brand new facility to Menifee. We haven't had to maintain something of this size or nature yet, so we kind of want to ease into it before opening up, to say, the floodgates of everybody. We're already getting phone calls of people who want to rent it. So staff want the opportunity to just figure things out first. And then upon a full year of operation, we'd like to explore some existing opportunities for additional partnerships or even contracted services, which other amphitheaters in the area do, for additional entertainment options to be considered. And so with that in mind, our grand opening is on schedule for summer 2025, and we do anticipate moving some of our special events back to Central Park, things like Menifee Moonlight Markets plus the concert. Concerts are going to be a highlight for this facility. Also hosting our Movies in the Park, bringing back Multicultural Festival, bringing back that Music and Arts Festival, Shakespeare in the Park. This is just a prime facility for people and programs that require sound, AV, stage setting, and we're excited to be able to program this as soon as it's ready. So at this point in time, we're additional to any comments or recommendations for future programming for the Central Park Amphitheater. That concludes my report.
All right, thank you, Ms. Mitchell. Council members, do we have any questions for staff? Councilmember Sobek?
I don't have questions at this time.
Okay, council members, any questions? All right, hearing none. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak on this item?
No, we
And
do
have we
not.
received any correspondence?
No, we did not.
Council members, we can open up for discussion. Councilmember Sobek, you ready now?
Yes, I am.
ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. So the reason why I asked to bring this back was to change that focus. I see some of the things that you're doing as staff, but I'm just wondering if it might be good to just have that ad hoc committee. We may only need to meet once or twice, but this is going to be an asset in our city, and I'd like to be able to maximize that asset to benefit our residents. And so I don't know if there needs to be some kind of feasibility as you research and see other cities. Some amphitheaters sit there, and they're not used a lot. Others, like the Redlands Bowl, has a nonprofit. They're very active. They do a lot to promote and bring in fantastic artists. I know the city could not afford to bring in some of these fantastic artists, and just wanted to have a conversation and wanted to reinstitute the ad hoc committee to see how we can maximize this asset.
And I'll say, I really like the idea of keeping our ad hoc committee with a new purpose, and I like what you said about using it to its fullest extent. I got a little bit concerned, Mariana, when you were saying we want to hold off on some of those outside users until we figure it all out. But I would encourage you to, let's maximize this, and if there's, as Councilmember Sobek said, if there's someone who's going to finance a Doobie Brothers concert, I would say let's roll out the red carpet and make it happen. Let's use this for the fullest extent. Taxpayers paid a lot of money for this. Let's deliver something that just is an incredible opportunity. And I don't know if the city's budget can afford Doobie Brothers, right? But
It's currently not budgeted, no.
But maybe some outside, and yeah, baby steps, I agree. We want to kind of make sure that we work out the bugs and figure it all out, but the sooner the better. And as Councilmember Sobek said, one of the worst is when you have this incredible facility and it just sits there because of this reluctance to, like when you buy a brand new car and you don't want to scratch the door, you know what I mean? It's like, oh, let's not use it. It's like, come on, we built it for that purpose. So I hope it gets used to the fullest extent. But anyway, let's get back to the ad hoc committee. One of the items on here, and I just want to ask, it says, provide direction on the new purpose, reaffirm council members. So are we being asked to reaffirm those ad hoc committee members?
That's an option, yes.
Okay.
So I would like to offer to be back on that ad hoc committee.
Continue.
Not being able to sing, paint, draw, or anything like that, I'm not too sure if I'm the best person to look at vision and programming.
All right. Other council members, are you interested in serving?
Well, we have a famous musician here already in the way of Councilman Carwin. World famous, world renowned, isn't it? So, I mean, I would ask him if he'd be willing to take my place.
Well, I'm torn. I mean, it is in Councilman Estrada's district, but you voted against it. So, if you've changed your mind on that and you'd like to support the arts in that, I would recommend that you have a vested interest in the success of that since it's in your district, if you're interested in that, or if you're not interested in that, I'd be happy to do it.
Well, I'll tell you, if I were to join for transparency, the vision I would have for it, probably having private contractors or private entertainment groups like the city of Marietta did it. That would be my vision. You know, I think the private sector can bring entertainment a lot better than government can. That's not our specialty. You know, I respect you're an artist and you probably would have a great vision for it. You know, I'm going to be reluctant to increase the spending on it. 6.6 million is already a lot. The thing has inflated, so I would be pushing it in a direction where the private sector contracts to put on entertainment. If that's the direction of the council, then no, that's what I'm going to push for. If not, Councilman Carwin's your guy.
Well, based on that, I think it's a city facility, and I think the city needs to maintain control of it, and I'm a big advocate for the arts, and I've been trying to get an entertainment venue here for a long time, so I'll be more than happy to take over Councilman Dowdy's spot.
All right, that sounds good. And I just want to make this clear, when I was encouraging us to use it to the fullest extent, I wasn't saying let's just use outside vendors and not have the city. No, I'm saying both. I'm saying let's have as many city events as we can, but let's keep the option of having a big promoter that comes in and really takes it to the next level for this event or that throughout the year. Let's do both.
Yeah, we're very open to finding that right balance to ensure that our resident nonprofits have the opportunity to utilize this beautiful facility and that we have free entertainment options, but also there might be, that there's going to be a need for additional entertainment that we can't provide where we might look to contract those out.
Doobie Brothers. All right, everybody good? So at this point, if we have no more discussion, can I get a motion to I guess we've kind of provided direction. Do we need a motion on this? Do we need a vote? I think we've kind of given direction to.
Do we need to vote on the council members who are on the committee?
Yeah, maybe we should do that. So a motion to affirm Councilmember Sobek and Councilmember Carwin as the committee members. Go ahead. You got moved? I got moved. All right, awesome, thank you. And I'll second that.
Councilmember Estrada.
All right, and so that passed unanimously to reaffirm and new purpose for our committee. All right, let's move on now. We are on our final discussion item. This is 12.4, amendment to employment agreement between the City of Menifee and the City Manager Armando Villa. Mr. Melching, if you can help us with this one, we appreciate it.
This is super, Mayor. I'm sure the PowerPoint will pop up here in a second. It's really short. It's only a couple of slides. So, just a little bit of context. One slide of context. The city manager, Armando Villas' contract with the city of Menifee was originally executed in December of 2017. It's been amended on 3 prior occasions, once in June of 2018, once in August of 2019, and then most recently, 30 months ago, in February of 2022. The agreement calls for periodic reviews, and the City Council conducted a periodic review at its last meeting on August 7th. Closed session, city manager performance evaluation, and as a part and parcel of that meeting, a lot of things were discussed, including potential amendments to the contract, but also the city manager's past performance. There was a presentation of the what's Exhibit A to the staff report, which includes sort of a summary of the achievements of the city over the preceding year, 2023. And you'll see up there on the slide, I won't read the whole thing. The contract contemplates that as part of the decision or the evaluation of the city manager on a periodic basis, the city council has the discretion to modify the city manager's salary. And there's a whole bunch of reasons that it can modify the salary: merit, performance, goals established by the council. And the one that's on the bottom, I think, might be the most relevant tonight: consistency with the city's compensation policy in effect at the time of said increase. So just for context, I want to note that all of the employees in the city have really 3 ways fundamentally that their salary can be increased. First are cost of living increases, and those are baked into the memoranda of understanding and then extended to the management employees by city council resolution. Everybody gets that. Second, on an annual basis, performance evaluations are provided for each employee, and they become eligible for a merit increase, typically up to 5%. And then third, not relevant tonight, is promotion. You can get promoted and obviously have your salary put on a new schedule by virtue of a promotion. And so the city's compensation policy in effect as of the time of Armando's review included the cost of living increases, which were approved at the last council meeting and made retroactively effective to July, and made available to everybody, and the merit-based increase, which the last time that question was visited in Mr. Villa's circumstance was in February of 2022. Well, for every other employee in the city, it's been visited on an annual basis. So I know that's a lot of background, but mercifully I only have one more slide. So with that as background, the City Council directed a series of revisions to the agreement, which then I presented to the city manager, and the city manager accepted. The first was an extension of the contract duration. It's currently set pursuant to the 3rd amendment, which was the amendment done in February of 2022, to expire on December 31st, 2026. And the City Council just asked, and Armando agreed, to extend that contract to December 31st of 2029. So effectively 5 years from now, a little over 5 years, five years and 3-4 months from now. Second, the City Council directed that the city manager's salary get increased to $322,358 per year, which reflects a 5% merit increase. That's a 5% merit increase, and I know I've said this a couple of times, really spread over the preceding 30 months, because the last time this question was visited was in February of 2022. And then third, the city council authorized an increase in the allowable administrative leave under the agreement from 80 hours to 160 hours. And that was really in recognition that the city manager position is a 24/7, 365 job. In fact, I was, I don't know if joking is the right word, discussing with Armando today that over our time working together, I'm fairly certain that we've had more conversation, and we talk a lot, we've had more conversations after hours or non-weekends than we have between 8 and 5. And I don't think I'm unique in that way. I think PD has after-hours needs. I think Public Works has after-hours needs. I think some, from time to time, Community Services have after-hours needs. And of course, the City Council sometimes has after-hours needs. And I just think it's a recognition of that. Those were the only 3 modifications to the agreement. The unmodified terms, key terms, were retirement benefits, no changes there. Medical, dental, vision insurance, no changes there. Severance pay, no changes there. Other benefits, things like bereavement leave, no changes there. And the annual review process, the review process that we've been attempting to follow over the years, remains the same. And last, you may be asking, why does he keep talking? Well, the reason that I keep talking is the government code requires it. When you are doing executive compensation, there is a requirement that there be an oral report out on the changes, the material terms to the changes to the contract. And so that's what we've just done. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to take them. Otherwise, the recommended action before you is the one on the slide.
All right, Mr. Melching, thank you for orally summarizing it in open session. Council members, do we have any questions of Mr. Melching or staff on this? Is that it? Okay, no questions. All right, Madam Clerk, have we received, do we have any requests to speak, and have we received any correspondence?
No request to speak, and the council did receive correspondence in the red folders.
Okay, thank you very much. At this point, council members, we can have a discussion. I will just throw in there that I think the city's fortunate to have a city manager that is at his expertise and level, and I think it's prudent for us to make sure that his salary is commensurate with city managers at his level, with a city the size of ours and other cities the size of ours, and I think that this does that. So I would certainly recommend approval of this Fourth Amendment to the city manager's contract. Councilman Carwin?
You know, what really compels me in this evaluation is when we got the class and compensation survey. And I remember asking the question, there was one employee way at the end of the list for below median. There was one, and it was our city manager. So as far as all the other employees that we have tend to fall within the range of comparable compensations, our city manager compared to other city managers. People might not like the fact that the city manager earns what the city manager earns, but city managers of cities our size have that kind of compensation package, and ours is way behind, and that's not based on opinion, that's based on the data that we received. So that's kind of why I approve this.
Good. All right, so I'll go ahead and make that motion to approve the Fourth Amendment to the city manager's contract. And that passed unanimously, so thank you, Mr. Melching, and congratulations, Mr. Villa, and thanks for your good work. All right, we're gonna move on. I'm seeing Jeff saying no, so I'll move on to item 14, city manager reports. Mr. Villa, do you have anything to report?
Yeah, just a couple of things. Thank you so much for the contract extension and the considerations. I really appreciate your support, and I'm really fully committed to the city, and I see there's a lot of great things happening to our city, and continuity is important for our success. So I'm fully committed for the next 5 years, and you're gonna see a lot of good progress. And then I don't have a lot, but I do want to take the time to recognize one employee that's gonna be leaving us pretty soon. This is gonna be his last meeting, and that's Jonathan Nix. Jonathan Nix is our deputy city manager, and you know, he's done an outstanding job since he was hired here almost 7 years ago. He was in charge of community services and really took community services to the next level. And but he has gotten a promotion, and as much as we like to keep everybody, you know, we have to understand that employees, you know, desire to go up and grow. And I want to take a time to give him a certificate of appreciation for the years of service and also the commitments he made to this community. And we want to wish him good luck and farewell. This will be his last meeting, by the way. So, with that, I'd just like to be able to present him with this certificate of appreciation for his work, effort, and dedication to the city.
I don't know if any of the other council members want to say anything on that, but I would. And I just want to say that when I met Jonathan for the first time, I was a parks commissioner, and he came on board, and I was impressed from day one. Jonathan has always taken my calls, and he has been someone who doesn't say no. He says, I'll try. I'll do whatever I can to see this through. And I just want to tell you, Jonathan, I appreciate you. I'm going to miss you. And I want to wish you the best, and congratulations on your new promotion and position in a new city. So wish you the best, Jim. I don't know if anybody else has anything to share. Feel free.
Just, I want to thank Jonathan for his leadership with, the community services, because I came up with this idea about a Welcome Home Vietnam Veterans Day. I had the faintest idea what it was going to look like, and I think what I've heard is some of the best events for veterans that any agency around here has ever put together. So you took it, you created your own vision, and it was highly successful. And on behalf of all the veterans, especially the Vietnam veterans, thank you for doing that.
Well, I do. I want to thank you for your service to the city of Menifee. I remember when you came here from, I believe, Orange County, and I've seen you kind of blossom here. So good luck, and wish you the best in your new adventure, your new chapter.
Deputy City Manager Nix, congratulations on your new opportunity. I'm sure you and your family are very excited, and I want to thank you for your service to our city. I remember the first time I met you, we were talking about the Dodgers and your love for baseball, and I hope you and your family enjoy what's to come for you, and hopefully we talk about a World Series win the next time I see you. Okay, good luck.
John, I don't really have any idea what you do with HR. So I can't really comment all the fine work that we've all done together in HR. But I had a lot of experience working with you on the parks, and one of the things I'm reminded of the words of the late Art Welch when we were opening the park over off by Audie Murphy, the small park over there, and he was giving his remarks, and he said, Menifee is the city of family parks. And that had gotten all the way up to our higher elected officials, and it's really something that identifies Menifee. And the condition of our city-run parks, the facilities that are in there, the creativity that has gone in them was done under your directorship. And I appreciate that work very much, and that's going to be your legacy here in Menifee.
That was well said. Thank you, Bob. All right, so with that, Mr. City Manager, I think you might have some more.
And that is true. We often forget that he was very instrumental in our HR department too. He just negotiated our last employment contract with the CMEA, so he's also participated and contributed in HR. So I don't know if you want to say a few words, parting words to the council, or.
If I may, thank you. Thank you very much, City Council. I appreciate all the kind words. Working with all of you, you're very dedicated, very wonderful. Probably too much credit to me. I often sit up here at these city council meetings, and every time you provide a city council report, all of you always thank community services. I'm just one person of a team that's very large here that provides a lot of effort, works the weekends, pits in all the time. Mariana, Bryce, Gabby Cal, the whole entire team for community services does a fantastic job, puts in a lot of effort. So I'm very fortunate to work with that team this entire time, work with this very large, good city team that provides great services here in Menifee. I'm going to miss it. It is a great opportunity moving forward. I'll still be in town. My mom still lives here. My mother-in-law, father-in-law, brother-in-law still lives here in Menifee. So I'll try not to be a stranger, say hi. Hopefully World Series win for me, Dean, and Ricky. But definitely, Menifee will always be in my heart. So I very much thank you for the opportunity, experience, and grace.
Thank you, Jonathan. That's great words. Did you have anything more, Mr. Villa?
That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So council members of item 15, do we have any requests for future agenda items? All right, hearing none, we're going to adjourn. It's 9:18. Good meeting, everybody, and we look forward to seeing everyone at the next one.